Chapter 931, Heart of Hope. Chapter 931, Heart of Hope. Inside Saint City, within the deepest recess of the glorious White Tower, there was a huge lake of blood, formed from the deaths of countless people. It exuded a strange and mysterious aura. The four Saint Kings were currently kneeling in front of the blood lake in reverence. Saint King Wayland was kowtowing profusely. "O great Saint Emperor, the human with the god and devil imprint has reappeared. He had gained a tremendous might from some strange world that is able to deal with our clan. We hope that your esteemed self can come out of your retreat to help us deal with that damn human." Inside the blood lake, there was the final trump card of the Saint clan, the only surviving member of the Type 6 divine warriors that had taken part in the previous sacred war. A Type 6 expert was a truly invincible existence. Just one of them could easily annihilate a 10,000-strong army, turning the tides of the battle instantly. It was precisely due to the Type 6 Saint Emperor that the humans could not defeat the Saint clan in the previous war. The moment Wayland's voice landed, the blood lake began to bubble and churn, as a raspy but evil voice sounded out, "I've already spoken clearly. Do not mind that human. The gate of hell is about to open soon. Go make your preparations. Once the gates are opened, lead the army to go take over the new world. The new world is undergoing transformations and evolving. It is the best place for our clan to evolve. As long as our clan can conquer that new world, it's not impossible for you guys to become Type 6 existences. We will also become Type 7 existences. By that time, the humans would just be ants, easily crushable beneath our feet. Go, concentrate on invading the new world. Is that clear? If you guys fail in this, I will definitely rip your tendons and dig your hearts out." "Yes." Hearing the threat of the evil voice, the four Saint Kings shuddered slightly. They replied respectfully before quickly making their way out. "Gates of hell, open quickly. I'm already sick of waiting. I want to taste the pleasure of tearing those humans apart." The blood lake churned once more, as the evil voice filled with killing intent resounded in a quiet whisper. After Yu Zhong's army defeated the 8 armies of the Saint clan, at the entrance of Ghost City, there was a bright flash of light, and an archaic and evil-looking gate of hell appeared, emitting a powerful pressure. Inside a study, Yu Zhong was currently hugging Williana in his left hand, while his right hand held Lu Yichen. In front of him, Qi Qinger was singing in her melodious voice, while the little minx Annie was dancing with barely anything on her. As she danced, she kept looking at Yu Zhong coquettishly. Floxinia was currently feeding him pieces of fruit. Looking at this scene, Yu Zhong was truly enjoying himself. Since he had defeated the Saint clan's troops, Yu Zhong finally had a hard-earned break. "Congratulations on completing your mission to survive for an entire year on the Second World. You have gained a treasure of hope as a reward." Congratulations on gaining a treasure of hope, the heart of hope. As Yu Zhong was massaging Lu Yichen and her silky skin, the 2 notifications rang out in his ears. At the next moment, the space in front of Yu Zhong twisted and contorted, as a number of bright lights flashed, and a small silverish-white sphere the size of a fist appeared. Yu Zhong grabbed it and frowned, thinking, "Heart of hope? What is this treasure capable of?" Every single treasure of hope was a white silver-grade treasure, with shocking abilities. Yu Zhong had been able to win in the numerous hopeless situations precisely because he had the super AI and the puppet box. If he did not know how to utilize any of the treasures fully, the effectiveness would be reduced by more than half. Yu Zhong pulled out the handheld computer that contained Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, do you know what does this Heart of Hope do?" Bai Yi swiftly replied, "In my database, there is no information on this treasure of hope." Yu Zhong was helpless when he heard that. He held it up and observed it carefully while thinking to himself, "Heart of Hope. Based on its name, it's likely something to do with the heart. Is it an enhanced human heart? Or an enhanced mutant beast heart? From its appearance, it seems to be an easy treasure to use. With that thought, he placed it against his own chest. The heart of hope remained still, without any reaction. He continued to ponder quietly. Seems like it's not for humans, but against mutant beasts. Right at that moment, another notification resounded from the God and Devil system. You have already completed the mission to survive. The gates of hell will thus open. The gate of hell leading to Earth has opened, while the gate of hell connecting the third world to Earth will open in 4 months' time. Please head back to Earth to make your preparations. You have 24 hours to settle your affairs. After 24 hours, you will have to head back to Earth to receive your mission. From now on, the gate of hell will become a gateway between both worlds. The inhabitants of the second world can also make use of it to enter Earth. When Yu Zhong heard that, he chuckled bitterly and shook his head. 24 hours, eh? Truly on a tight schedule. Everybody listen up. Yu Zhong quickly pulled out his communicator and notified all his trusted aid. After a round of screening with Floxinia's mind-reading capabilities, he began to announce his background and the news that he had to return to Earth. Yu Zhong said, "That's how it is. After I leave, I'll leave everything here to Luochen, Jess, Floxinia, Han Qiong, Sun Lanlan, Malay, Jingyan He, all of you. Make your preparations and find the suitable gates of hell to enter Earth. I think that they will appear very soon on this second world. They should be easy to find." Yes. The upper echelon of Yu Zhong's subordinates all nodded slightly. After the meeting was dismissed, Floxinia pulled on Yu Zhong's sleeves and spoke pitifully. "Can I go with you? I don't want to leave you, brother Yu Zhong." He ruffled her hair and rejected her. "No, Floxinia. They need you here. Furthermore, I have no idea where I'll end up when I go through the gate of hell. If I were to appear in a dangerous place, it would be troublesome if even I can't protect you. Once I've gone through, and make sure that nothing is wrong, I'll come back to pick you." With Yu Zhong's current strength at the Type 5 realm, he was practically invincible on Earth. However, he had been gone a year. Who knew what Earth had become? While he was evolving, the other biological lifeforms on Earth would be evolving as well. If he came to a lake full of mutant beasts or powerful zombies, then he had no confidence that he could protect Floxinia at all. Floxinia took the chance to pout. "Fine. But, brother Yu Zhong, while I'm staying here obediently to root out those spies, once I go over, you must keep me company for a few days. Promise?" Yu Zhong chuckled and agreed. "Fine." Annie, Lu Yichun and the other women looked on enviously. After promising Floxinia, Yu Zhong stood up to walk outside. As he passed through the city gate of Ghost City, he caught sight of 2 mech fighters. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he took out the Heart of Hope and placed it against the chest of one of the mech fighters. The moment the Heart of Hope touched the mech fighter, there was a bright flash of light, and a number of strange engravings came out of the sphere, entering the body of the mech fighter before the entire sphere penetrated it mysteriously. When the Heart of Hope was embedded in the heart of the mech fighter, the eyes of the mech fighter flashed, as though it came alive, and it walked up to Yu Zhong, getting down on one knee while replying, "Hello, Master. I am the Heart of Hope." Yu Zhong glanced at it curiously. "Heart of Hope, what's your ability?" In response, "I have the ability to greatly strengthen any mechanical life form. I can be inserted into any robots, becoming their hearts, and causing them to become stronger. The highest capacity I can pump out would be 500% of the original robot's fighting capabilities. Depending on the strength of the host robot, I can channel even more power. The stronger the robotic form, the more devastating my attacks. If you were piloting a mech, I can absorb the energy that you release to transform the mech fighter to become stronger as well." Yu Zhong then placed his hands on the chest of the mech fighter. "All right, I got it. Come on out." With a bright flash, the Heart of Hope soared out from the body of the mech fighter, landing back in Yu Zhong's hands. After losing the Heart of Hope, the mech fighter also lost its signs of life, just like a dead person. Yuzhong looked at the sphere in his hands expectantly. Seems like it's a treasure to strengthen fighter robots. The frames and damage can become stronger. Right now, the strongest robot I have is a Reaper. Who knows just how strong it can be with the Heart of Hope installed. Chapter 932, Korea. Chapter 932, Korea. Yuzhong did not place the Heart of Hope into the Reaper. Instead, he kept it back into his storage ring. He wanted to keep this trump card hidden. After keeping it, he came to the gate of hell and stepped right through it. The moment Yuzhong entered the gate of hell, it closed shut, and the space around it contorted and twisted before the gate of hell disappeared. Back on Earth, inside a city, the gate of hell suddenly appeared. When it opened, Yuzhong walked out. As he stepped out, the gate closed shut and disappeared in a blinding fashion. Where is this? Yuzhong took a look at the surroundings, discovering that he was in the midst of a zombie-infested city center. Masses of zombies in tattered clothes and emitting foul, rotting smells, running over in a frenzy to bite him. Yuzhong pulled out his black tooth blade, swinging it casually, and the zombies were all turned into slices. He was already at the peak Type 5 realm, with the strength of an entire regiment by himself. On Earth, other than the nuclear bombs, cloud bombs, or dense missiles, few weapons could actually hurt him. He was already slowly on the path to an invincible state. Ah, these zombies have evolved quickly, they're all actually at level 10. In exchanging moves with these zombies, Yuzhong discovered that they had actually evolved to level 10. They were different from ordinary zombies, as their movements were no longer slow. Instead, they were on par with humans, and their bones were harder, more so than a normal person. At the initial onset of the apocalypse, all the zombies had brittle bones due to the invasion of the virus. Even an ordinary person could smash their heads easily with a wooden bat. However, now that their bones have evolved to become tougher, if an ordinary person were to use the wooden bat to attack them, he or she would likely die. Yuzhong looked at those agile zombies and frowned. This is going to be troublesome. In the past, their main weakness had been their slow movement. It was easy to exploit this to fight against them. At their current level, if they were to gather into a horde, the threat level would be more than 10 times as dangerous than in the past. Yuzhong was extremely worried about his subordinates and women back in China. Inside the city, although there were numerous evolved zombies hidden, to Yuzhong, they were ant-like existences right now. He casually slaughtered them while checking out the surroundings. It seems like this is Korea. He looked around and noticed a few shops with Hangul. As Lu Wen's private tutor, he had watched some dramas together with her and seen such text. However, he could not read them. Yuzhong continued to slaughter along the way, arriving in front of a supermarket. There were 6 corpses strewn across the ground, and the blood had not even dried. 2 giant L3s were grabbing a body each to munch on them, with bloody meat spurting out of their mouth. It was a gruesome sight. Evidently, someone had set their sights on the supermarket earlier but were torn apart by these creatures. The 2 L3s could sense the scent of a human in Yuzhong and flung the corpses in their hands away, walking towards Yuzhong in great strides. They reached out with their large claws to grab him. These 2 L3s were over 3 m tall, each of them demon-like. After an entire year of evolution, their speed was already much faster than their past existences, reaching the level of an S2. It would be incredibly difficult for an ordinary evolver to deal with them. Yuzhong waved the black tooth blade casually and sliced them up, before walking into the supermarket. Are these imported food? Let's take some back for Qing Wu and the rest. When he entered, he began to look for those dried goods that had not expired yet. Most of the convenience food in China was publicly known to be rubbish, unfit even for the mongrels on the street. Yuzhong had long since wanted to try some of the food from overseas, and he knew that the ladies back in China would like it if he brought some back. At a tall 4-story bungalow about dozens of meters away from the market, 6 men and 2 women saw how Yu Zhong slaughtered his path through the zombies and entered the supermarket. They were filled with shock. One of the men, of about 27 years, with dyed yellow hair, ear and nose piercings, exclaimed, "So powerful! Those L3s were actually sliced apart by him in one move. He must be an evolver." Another young man with a sallow look and multiple bruises on him asked timidly, "Hyo Kyung-hyung, shall we ask him for help?" The moment those words fell, everyone turned silent. Their food reserves were already depleted. Those that had risked their lives to step out were already killed by the L3s. Even so, they were hesitant about asking someone with unknown origins for help. Since the apocalypse, morals and ethics had flown out the window. If not careful, they might end up as slaves or worse, food. 2 years had passed, and with the invasion of nature, there was lesser food each day. Many factions had resorted to cannibalism in order to survive. Choi Hyo-kyung shot a glance at the 2 women beside who were skinny, but still beautiful at a closer look. "Of course, we have to ask him for help. Get Young-un and Chae-yang to sleep with him for a few nights, in exchange for some food. He can kill his way through those zombies easily. He must be a powerful expert. Such an expert would not care about our valuables, just like how those rich people do not care about the pennies in a beggar's bowl." The 2 women beside Choi Hyo-kyung were called Jo Young-un and Park Chae-yang, and they were model-like beauties before the apocalypse. During the 2 years since the apocalypse, those women that could stay with men were either beauties, strong, or they had some use to them. Those without use had died miserably. When the 2 girls heard those words, there was no anger in their eyes. Instead, there was a flicker of hope. They had grown used to selling their bodies for money, food, and even shelter. As long as they could eat their fill, they did not mind selling their bodies. Right at this time, the bald, middle-aged man in the group shot Jo Young-un a lewd glance, speaking to another handsome, young man. "Wait a minute, Choi Young-won, let me fuck Jo Young-un once. I've not had her yet. Since you want to send her to that man anyway, let me have my way with her first. She's a slut anyway, there's no difference, right? When I get the rations, I'll give you half." Choi Young-won was Jo Young-un's boyfriend. Before the apocalypse, he had found out that his girlfriend had been soliciting sex for money, and when he found out, he beat her in a fit of rage. Both parties had not yet broken up when the apocalypse suddenly occurred. During then, he had saved her, but he bore the hatred for her shamelessness, and during their escape, he had been betrayed once by her. Since then, he had no qualms selling her body in exchange for food. "You want to fuck this bitch?" Choi Young-won grabbed Jo Young-un's hair and pulled harshly. Her face contorted in pain, as tears threatened to fall. However, she did not dare to retaliate. It was a pitiful sight. Choi Young-won turned to the bald lecher. "Park Young-e, 1 gene of rice. If you can take it out, this bitch is yours to fuck. Do you have it?" Park Young-e was enraged. 1 gene of rice? That bitch is worth 1 gene of rice. Do you think her pussy is made out of gold? When I fucked Park Chae-yang, I only had to pay half a packet of ramen. Jo Young-un's expression was miserable, her tears kept falling. Before the apocalypse, she led a good life, and many officials wanted her, paying her $1,000,000 each time. Now, she was barely worth a gene of rice. It was truly a cruel twist of fate. Choi Young-won spoke coldly. "If you can't take it out, shut the hell up, damn baldy." Park Young-e became enraged. His heart filled with venomous thoughts, but he suppressed them. After that little squabble, Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest quickly pulled out a piece of a banner, writing SOS on it. Yu Zhong swept the supermarket clean of items before exiting. The moment he stepped out, the group of Koreans started to wave the banner frantically, looking at him with desperation. Yu Zhong caught sight of the huge banner. "Strip!" Seeing that they got his attention, Choi Hyo-kyung barked at the 2 girls. Zhou Young-un and Park Cha-young quickly took off their clothes, trying their best to attract Yu Zhong's attention. Yu Zhong smiled slightly and walked over. He had long since discovered their presence. After all, the senses of a Type 5 divine warrior could not be underestimated. He needed the human contact and to gain some intel. Chapter 933 Gathering Point. Chapter 933 Gathering Point. Yu Zhong casually slaughtered the zombies along the way, arriving in front of the bungalow. With a light jump, he managed to leap up to the 4th story, appearing in front of them. Seeing how they managed such a feat, Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest were all wide-eyed with shock. Amazing, he's practically superhuman. They were all frogs in a well, and had not seen true experts in these 2 years. Yu Zhong's jump of over dozens of meters far surpassed what the record was before the apocalypse. They were naturally shocked. Yu Zhong swept a gaze across them. Who knows how to speak Chinese? Chinese! The Koreans felt their hearts turn cold. There had been a long-standing dislike between both countries, and knowing that this Superman in front of them was Chinese, they felt despair. No? Then forget it, you guys can stay here. Yu Zhong's gaze held a hint of disappointment. He did not know the Korean language. There was no possibility of communication like this. If he could not get any information from them, there was no point in rescuing them. Wait a minute! Seeing Yu Zhong turn, Choi Hyo-kyung called out in halting Chinese, before grabbing Park Cha-young and barking gruffly, "Communicate with him quickly!" Park Cha-young was currently only in her underwear, and she came up to Yu Zhong, getting on her knees. "Wait a moment, esteemed sir, please wait. I'm Park Cha-young, I know Chinese. I know Chinese. I also know that all Chinese people are nice and kind. Please help us. Please listen to us." Yu Zhong turned around and chuckled. "Not all Chinese people are nice and kind, however. Even if your words were meant to compliment, I still feel good. I'm Yu Zhong. Fine, I shall listen to your request." Saving these Korean survivors was just a matter of raising his hand. Park Cha-young had put herself down and spoke respectfully, thus Yu Zhong did not mind listening. Park Cha-young continued to maintain a subservient manner. "Sir Yu Zhong, we hope to purchase some food from you. We have not eaten for a week. As long as you give us a packet of ramen, I'm willing to spend a night with you. I know a variety of positions and postures, guaranteed to satisfy you. If you can take out 2 packets of ramen, both Zhou Young-un and I will sleep with you. Prior to the apocalypse, both of us were models. We will definitely satisfy you." Park Cha-young had only wanted half a packet of ramen in exchange for a night with Park Young-i, but when it came to Yu Zhong, the price rose to a packet. It seemed that fleecing foreigners was a norm regardless of country or time period. Yu Zhong swept Park Cha-young and Park Young-un a glance, tossing a packet of ramen to her. "I'm not interested in you girls. This is for you. Answer some questions of mine. If I'm satisfied, I will give you more." Seeing that packet of ramen, Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest went green with envy. They swallowed their saliva a few times. If it was not for Yu Zhong still being in front of them, they would forcefully grab that packet of ramen away from Park Cha-young. Damn it! If only I know how to speak Chinese. Park Cha-young, this bitch, she isn't even as pretty as me, yet she gained his favor? If I knew Chinese, that packet of ramen would have been mine. Zhou Young-un's eyes flashed with a mad look of jealousy. In the past, she had felt the same when she saw those rich businessmen throwing 10-carat diamonds to Park Cha-young as though they were nothing. In the apocalypse, food was the most precious resource. A single packet of ramen could incite a bloodbath. Park Cha-young smiled excitedly, grabbing the packet tightly. She kowtowed profusely. "Thank you, Sir Yu Zhong. Thank you. I will definitely tell you all I know." Yu Zhong asked, "Where is this place?" Park Cha-young replied respectfully, "This is Na Jon town near Seoul." No. This is not a town near Seoul, about 50 kilometers away. If you walk north, you'll reach North Korea, while Seoul is south. In order to gain Yuzhong's favor, Park Chae-young actually referred to Seoul as Han City. At the same time, her speech was full of respect and honorifics. During the apocalypse, in order to live, they did not even mind selling their bodies. As long as they could please the strong, then they would do anything. There were sure to be people even more shameless and thick-skinned than what Park Chae-young was doing now. Yuzhong flicked his hands, and another packet of ramen fell in her hands. Are there any factions in Han City that you know of? There would be outstanding characters in every part of the world. Since Yuzhong could develop his own power in China, it was definitely possible that Korea had their own powerhouses as well. My apologies, I do not know about that. Please wait a moment, our leader Choi Hyo-kyung should know about it. Park Chae-young smiled apologetically and stood up, before coming to Choi Hyo-kyung's side and passed the message. Choi Hyo-kyung was extremely tyrannical when he was with other Koreans, but against this superhuman expert, he was extremely careful. How do you do, Sir Yuzhong? I'm Choi Hyo-kyung. Near Seoul, there's a large survivor base, led by the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. I hope that you can take us there. In return, both Park Chae-young and Jo Young-un will be gifted to you. Yuzhong swept Park Chae-young a glance. Park Chae-young, Choi Hyo-kyung wants to give you to me. What are your thoughts? A glimmer of hope flashed across her eyes as she quickly got on her knees. It'll be an honor to serve as Sir Yuzhong's woman. I'm willing to go with you. I know how to cook, wash, warm the bed, dance, drink, games. Please accept me. I eat very little. Park Chae-young had gotten around in the upper society for a few years, and she knew how to grab hold of opportunities. She was clear that by following this expert, she would not have to go hungry ever again. The threat of death would also be low. Yuzhong chuckled. All right, I need a translator anyway. Choi Kyo-hyung, I will take you guys to the base then. Yuzhong wanted to see for himself the talents of Korea, and know how much they had expanded by and the extent they recovered. Since it was rare for him to be overseas, Yuzhong was curious about the styles and development of foreign factions. Choi Hyo-kyung was elated, and he bowed down. Thank you, sir. Yuzhong then slaughtered his way through town and found a bus that had not yet disintegrated. The party of Koreans quickly scrambled onto the bus. The group then proceeded to rumble along the way towards Seoul. Choi Hyo-kyung looked at the shaking bus and had a look of worry. Sir Yuzhong, this bus might not be able to withstand the zombie hordes. The rest of the group also looked towards Yuzhong nervously. In the midst of those zombie hordes, there were numerous L2s that could tear apart buses after their evolution. The moment this ordinary bus entered a horde of them, they would be defenseless. Don't worry, I've got it covered. White bones, kill them all. Yuzhong swept a gaze across the zombies, and with a thought, White Bones appeared out of thin air, its hands wielding a large bone axe, and it charged straight into the horde of zombies. Soon, countless zombies' parts splattered everywhere, clearing a path ahead for the bus. Fearsome! This Chinese is really too powerful. Once again, everybody in the bus was shocked upon seeing White Bones and its massacre of the zombies. Park Chae-young and Jo Young-un looked towards Yuzhong with a bright gleam in their eyes. If they could stick to him, they would be able to survive better in this cruel world, where there was no trust between humans. On the road towards the survivor base, there were many L2s, S2s, L3s and S3s loitering everywhere. While it might be a road of doom to any other ordinary person, it was not a problem for White Bones to kill its way through, carving out a bloody path for the bus. After 2 hours, the shaky bus finally made it to the largest survivor assembly point near Seoul. Halt! When the bus came rolling near Seoul, 4 fierce-looking militants with guns came out of nowhere to stop them in the middle of the road. They pointed their weapons at the bus. Yuzhong frowned and got the bus to come to a stop. The entire party came down. When the 4 militants caught sight of Park Chae-young and Jo Young-un, Their eyes flashed with perverse desire. Women. These two aren't too bad. Park Chae-young and Jo Young-un were considered models before the apocalypse. During the apocalypse, while they might have suffered, they were still a tad better than most ordinary ladies. It was easy to stir the lust in those militants. One of them leered at Park Chae-young and said, "That one is mine." Another pointed at Jo Young-un and made to grab her. "I want her. Once we're done with each, we can swap." The remaining two militants chuckled and watched the ongoings with interest. The two Korean ladies screamed out. Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest were silent, watching it all silently. They had already given the two ladies to Yoo-jong, they would naturally not care about them. Yoo-jong swept them a gaze and barked coldly, "Troublesome. White Bones, kill them." White Bones shot forward, slashing out with its axe in a frenzy. In an instant, the heads of the four militants flew into the sky, their blood splattered everywhere, as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor. Terrifying, we must not provoke him. Witnessing this gory scene, the hearts of Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest ran cold, finally seeing for themselves how quick-tempered Yoo-jong was. The first soul she used is the modern way of calling soul. The second was how the Chinese used to refer to soul. Chapter 934. Suk Wai Guk. Chapter 934. Suk Wai Guk. After killing the four militants, Yoo-jong did not seem ruffled by the events, as he continued walking towards the base with big strides. Park Chae-young stirred and chased after him swiftly. She needed to stay by his side closely, only then would she survive. Otherwise, based on the character of those militants, they would not have a promising future. White Bones quietly retrieved the ammunition and weapons from those militants and returned to Yoo-jong's side. Following Yoo-jong's constant growth, White Bones had been transforming as well. Its current intelligence was not far off from a normal person. While the bullets were useless to both Yoo-jong and itself, to the other humans it was a precious resource. Choi Hyo-kyung spoke up, "What do we do? That Chinese is too ferocious. He actually killed without saying anything." Yoo-jong had not hesitated in killing those four militants. Such measures caused these Koreans to be apprehensive. Especially since they were not fellow countrymen, it was even more terrifying. After all, in this cruel apocalypse, there were cases of fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters even betraying or backstabbing one another. Choi Seo-jin's eyes flashed with a glint as he made a decision: follow after him. We'll act according to the situation. If Choi Hyo-kyung and the rest were to stay outside, a single zombie could kill them all. Only by entering the base would they be able to band together with other humans and live on. The rest exchanged helpless gazes, before following with wary hearts. Yoo-jong came in front of the base and swept a glance, noticing that the city wall was about 9 m high. There were 5 heavy machine guns installed atop the wall, with 8 soldiers standing guard. Yoo-jong's slaughter of the 4 militants had been seen by those soldiers, and they raised their weapons to fire at him. The bullets rained down on Yoo-jong. The moment the gunshots rang out, Park Chae-young screamed and got down on the ground. White Bones, who had been standing beside, waved the large bone axe in a whirlwind manner, deflecting all the bullets away. Not a single one managed to hit him. "I've truly become strong." Yoo-jong stared at the incoming bullets and felt invigorated. With his current Type 5 Divine Warrior strength, he could grab the bullets with his bare hand. It was a realm he could not have imagined back when he was in the initial Type 3 realm. Evolver! He's a super evolver. Quick, notify the boss. He's an evolver, we're not his match. Seeing White Bones easily deflecting the bullets, all the soldiers panicked and began to shout. The concept of a super evolver was basically invincible to these ordinary humans. Only other enhancers, evolvers, or armies with advanced technologies could face them. Amidst the panic shouts and screams, Yoo-jong pulled out a rifle and began to shoot in controlled bursts. The heads of the 8 guards instantly burst apart. The moment they died, the other guards panicked and began to run out of their covers, further into the base. A super evolver who could not be injured by bullets or blades was not an existence ordinary humans could deal with. They did not have a suicidal mindset nor willpower. These ordinary people were simply too weak in their combat strength. Yu Zhong looked at the fleeing humans and frowned. Strange, why is their combat strength so weak? How did they manage to recapture Seoul? He had to utilize a nuclear bomb back when he was trying to conquer China's capital. He had even deployed all his forces, pushing all logistics and support into the battle. Seoul was a large capital with a dense population. It should have been hard to conquer. Yu Zhong could not understand why these weak militants were able to capture Seoul. A name suddenly popped up in his mind. Don't tell me. The Kingdom of God? On Earth, only the Kingdom of God could possibly have lent their troops to help a weak faction take over their capitals. Even Yu Zhong had not been able to do it prior to entering the Second World. When he stepped into the survivor base, he could see panicking people everywhere, hiding in their rooms and homes, assessing him cautiously. At a street in the distance, a burly man full of muscles and a hideous expression was walking over in black suits. He was exuding an aura of an unshakable tower, leading 30 other men in similar black suits as though they were in an underground triad. However, they were all wielding mutant beast claws fashioned into blades as weapons. This burly man stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, his muscles taut as he asked, "I'm Suk Wai Guk, who are you? Why did you come here and kill our men?" Park Chai-young quickly translated the words to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong responded, "I'm Yu Zhong. It's getting late, I wanted to come in to rest for a night. Your men attacked me first. I retaliated in self-defense." Chinese. Hearing Yu Zhong's Chinese, the faces of Suk Wai Guk and the 30 bodyguards fell. Some of them began to exude killing intent, pulling out their weapons. Suk Wai Guk's eyes flashed and he barked, "Stop! Don't move! Keep your weapons!" The dozens of bodyguards kept their weapons unwillingly, staring at Yu Zhong coldly, as though there was some irreconcilable enmity. Yu Zhong took note of these little details, but his face remained impassive. Seems like they're not friendly to the Chinese. Suk Wai Guk then put on a warm expression as he invited Yu Zhong with a smile. "So it's a friend from China. Please come with me. Let me host you properly, and feel the passion and hospitality of us Koreans." Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Fine. Please." Under Suk Wai Guk's lead, Yu Zhong and his party came to a villa that had a single door and garden. The moment they entered the living room, Suk Wai Guk clapped his hands lightly, and a number of serving maids dressed in light, see-through clothing entered. He took one of the beautiful maids into his arms, running his hands all over her body, while he smiled at Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong, feel free to choose any that you like. Their skills are decent and beautiful as well. I can guarantee that you will be satisfied." Yu Zhong swept a glance and noted that they were truly beautiful and fair. They were clean and considered rare beauties in this apocalypse. Compared to Park Chai-young and Jo Young-un, they were incredibly good-looking. Park Chai-young looked at these girls with a hint of envy. Her beauty prior to the apocalypse was comparable to them, but her current situation was vastly different. Yu Zhong waved his hands to dismiss the ladies that crowded around him and spoke directly. "I'm not interested. Suk Wai Guk, tomorrow I'm intending to enter Han City. I want to know the situation within." Han City? Seoul? Suk Wai Guk was taken aback but recovered quickly. A hint of fury flashed past his eyes, but he suppressed it and replied, "Seoul is currently in turmoil, without multiple factions fighting within. The 3 strongest factions are the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly, the Republic of Korea and the United Republic of Korea. The president of the 3 are Choi Won-wang, Kim Park-chan, and Ju Jun-ho respectively, and they are all super-evolvers. They are the future hope of our Korea." When he finished, He then spoke passionately to Yu Zhong. Come, let's dig in, these are specially made from the type 2 mutant black-scaled fish. They're good when fresh. Eat more. Type 2 mutant beasts were difficult for ordinary humans to kill. It was truly not easy for Suk Wai Guk and his men to obtain such meat. Yu Zhong reached out to take a few pieces into his mouth. Suk Wai Guk watched this and his eyes flashed with a hint of glee. However, he continued to push. Come, come, come. Yu Zhong, this is an 83 Lafite. It's a good wine. Let's cheers and celebrate our friendship. Yu Zhong took up the glass wine when suddenly, his features contorted. His hands went limp and the wine glass dropped to the ground. His body crumpled over the table. There was a look of shock on his face as he gritted his teeth to ask, "You've poisoned the food. Why? Why?" Suk Wai Guk saw Yu Zhong's state, and his expression finally became sinister. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhong, you pathetic fool. In your Chinese sayings, I believe there's one. There's a road to heaven that you did not choose, instead, you chose to come to hell. I, Suk Wai Guk, hate you Chinese dogs the most. If it wasn't for you guys, our Korea would have accomplished so much. You folks dare to come onto our land and snatch our jobs, you deserve death. Men, bring the women over. When he finished speaking, 6 women were dragged into the hall. There were looks of fear on their faces. Suk Wai Guk pointed at them and laughed savagely. See this? Those 3 women are lowly bitches from your China. They dared to come over to seduce our Korean men, and pollute our pure Korean blood. Damnable bitches. Chapter 935. Killing Suk Wai Guk. Chapter 935. Killing Suk Wai Guk. Co Wai Guk laughed savagely. These 6 women are mother and daughter pairs, polluting our pure Korean blood. Today, in front of you, a Chinese peak expert, I will fuck them. Ha 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 ha. Yu Minhee, crawl over with your daughter. This senior will fuck you to death. One of the mature ladies lost color in her face, getting on her knees as she pleaded, Sir, I'm Korean, I've already been registered in the Korean registry, I'm a Korean. Please let us off. Suk Wai Guk's eyebrows furrowed, as he lashed out with a vicious kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Bitch! I'm not interested anymore. You guys have your fun. The guards erupted in cheers, laughing lewdly as they took off their pants, and held the Yu Minhee mother-daughter pair in place as they started to pound them. As Yu Minhee was being raped, pain, despair, and anguish flashed past her face. Before the apocalypse, she was a beautiful woman, and her name was Lu Minhee back in China. She even had plenty of suitors. However, she had married into Korea because of her dreams of having a Prince Charming from the dramas that she watched. When she came over, she realized that it was not all rainbows and flowers after all. In Korea, while there were those who had no qualms against the Chinese, there were others who were antagonistic towards them. After the world changed, those who were originally from China began to face ostracization, and she had tasted her fair share of cruelty and unfairness. If only I didn't migrate. I'm sorry, if only I didn't give birth to you. In her despair, the already weakened Yu Minhee began to take her last few breaths. As she passed, her eyes were still looking apologetically at her daughter who was also being raped. I'm a bitch. I'm a slut. Me, come over, we are 2 shameless bitches. Let's crawl over to master. Rough, rough, rough. Another lady with an impressive chest and exquisite features got on the ground, revealing a coy expression, aiming to please. She brought her 17-year-old daughter as they crawled over towards Suk Wai Guk. As they crawled, they barked. She just wanted to live on. As for her dignity and pride, she was willing to throw it all away. She had already given up on all those when the apocalypse happened. Suk Wai Guk laughed out maniacally, grabbing Gao Mei's hair, like tugging on a leash. Ha ha ha! See this? Yu Zhong? This is a shameless bitch of your China. They had come to our Korea and dirted our precious blood. Giving birth to such a slut. Speak for yourself, are you a slut? Are you? Gao Mei had a look of pain, with tears streaming down her face. I'm a slut. I'm a bitch. Don't hit me. It hurts. Ha ha ha. Suk Wai Guk became even more excited. Humiliating the fellow countryman of this Chinese expert was pleasurable to him. He wanted to savor Yu Zhong's despair and anguish. Suk Wai Guk turned around and shot a look at the last mother-daughter pair, who were huddled together in fear, and leered at them. Zhao Shi, Yung Ri Su, you two bitches better get over here as well? This senior wants to fuck the two of you. The beautiful Zhao Shi hugged her 16-year-old daughter Yung Ri Su tightly, her face full of rage as she spat. Peh! Suk Wai Guk, you damn beast! Ugly, nationalistic pig of Korea. Ri Su and I are human beings, not some dogs. You will definitely die a wretched death. Sang Jiang will definitely come and save us. When he does, it will be your death. Suk Wai Guk's face twisted in a strange manner, as he laughed out excitedly, before clapping his hands. Young Sang Jiang? Hee, let's hear his opinion then. Bring him in. One fashionably dressed man walked in under the escort of a soldier. He was tall and handsome. Sang Jianggun. Father! Seeing the middle-aged man, Zhao Shi and Yung Ri Su cried out. Yung Sang Jiang came up to Suk Wai Guk with a fawning expression. Suk Wai Guknim, you were looking for me. Suk Wai Guk shot him a cold glance. I want to fuck your wife and daughter, any opinions? Yung Sang Jiang had a toady smile. His words sharp and cut the hearts of Zhao Shi and Yung Ri Su. Wife? That woman is just a greedy slut from China who's after my money. The daughter that she gave birth to also has that lowly Chinese blood, contaminating the noble Korean blood in my veins. I've already long since grown sick of them. Suk Wai Guknim, go ahead if you want to, I have no objections. Suk Wai Guk laughed out maniacally, and sent Gao Mei aside with a kick. Ha ha ha. Well said. You can have fun with these two then. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Yung Sang Jiang was delighted, and his face wore a perverse smile as he took off his pants. Zhao Shi felt as though something in her heart broke apart. She trembled uncontrollably, cursing Yung Sang Jiang. Yung Sang Jiang, you beast! You're not human! In response, his face turned ugly as he cursed back. Damn Chinese bitch, I'm a noble Korean. Watch your mouth, otherwise I'll break your face, two shameless bitches. Seeing his cruel outburst without regard for their familial ties, Zhao Shi and Yung Ri Su started crying tears of despair. Their only family had abandoned them, there was no one left for them to rely on. Suk Wai Guk roared with laughter as he enjoyed the scene. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Bitches, crawl over, otherwise I'll throw you to those refugees and see how they toy with you till your death. Since they're lacking food, who knows, after your deaths, they will eat you up. You can choose to be my bitches, I can feed you guys. Still not crawling. Seeking death? His words were like a thunderbolt that struck the two of them, causing further despair and helplessness. They knew full well that he would do what he said. The moment they ended up at the hands of those hungry refugees, they would definitely be raped, killed, and eaten. Is it very funny? Seems like you like to raise humans as dogs. I too like that. You can be my dog then. Crawl over and lick my shoes, Suk Wai Guk. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded out from behind him. Suk Wai Guk felt his heart run cold, and he snapped his head back. When he saw who it was, he retreated a few steps uncontrollably, his face full of shock. How is this possible? I've administered the spirit confusion grass. It can cause even super-evolvers to lose their strength. How is it that you're okay? In front of his eyes, Yu Zhong, who should have been immobile and weak, had stood up. I've already known you guys were off. How the hell would I eat your food? Yu Zhong then spat out a piece of fish meat wrapped in dark doqi. Since you're not dead, let me send you on your way. Everybody, attack! Suk Wai Guk's eyes flashed with a savage glint, as he waved his hands, and a freezing energy enveloped Yu Zhong. He was a spirit-based evolver, his level 60. This freezing energy was enough to freeze an armored vehicle. The soldiers who were toying with the women also swiftly got up, reaching for their weapons and activating their powers at Yu Zhong, without even wearing their pants. "Bunch of trash, die!" There was a gleam in his eyes as he took a step forward, disappearing from his position. He then slapped out at Suk Wai Guk. There was a look of fear and despair in his eyes. Before he could speak, his head was already separated away from his body, smashing into a wall in a shower of blood and meat. After killing Suk Wai Guk, Yu Zhong's fists shot out like meteors, blasting the bodies of the soldiers. His terrifying strength exploded out and the hearts of the soldiers burst open. In barely a breath, all the experts within the hall had been slaughtered cleanly by Yu Zhong. Strong. He's too strong. Park Chai-young and the other women looked at Yu Zhong with fear and respect. In their eyes, Suk Wai Guk was like a demon, but he had barely lasted a moment in front of Yu Zhong. The might of Yu Zhong was thus etched deep in their heart. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Please, I'm begging you, I'm a dog, spare me! Spare me!" The arrogant young Sangjiang had been frightened to the point that he had pissed his pants. He kneeled on the floor and began kowtowing. This young Sangjiang was practically dog's hit. In order to leave, he was willing to do anything. Yu Zhong shot him a disdainful look and took a step forward. He did not mind killing this sort of trash. At this moment, Zhao Shi suddenly spoke in Chinese. "Sir, please, show him mercy and let him off." Yu Zhong glanced at her with an incredulous look. "You're still begging on behalf of this animal?" Zhao Shi's eyes flashed with hurt as she gritted her teeth. "Sir, he might not be good, but I cannot go against my morals. He is the father of my daughter, and I don't want him to die in front of his child." Chapter 936. Beautiful Young Ri Su. Chapter 936. Beautiful Young Ri Su. "Foolish woman. Since you've asked for it, I shall spare his life. Just don't regret it in the future." He then swept a cold glance at young Sangjiang. Still not scramming? The spineless coward quickly scrambled out. Yes. I'm running right now, right now." Zhao Shi held her daughter's hands and came up to Yu Zhong. "Thank you, sir. I have another presumptuous request to ask of you. I hope that you will agree." Yu Zhong waved his hands and pulled out an assault rifle and 5 magazines out to throw to them. "Since you know it's presumptuous, don't ask. I won't promise you anything. Since you still have your backbone, take this gift." Zhao Shi's performance had shown that she still held on to her pride and dignity. Although Yu Zhong was not exactly fond of those countrymen that married out, on account that she stood up for herself, he was willing to provide them with an insurance. A single rifle and 5 magazines were decent assets in this world. In terms of exchange, they could be used to change for rations that might last for a few months. As for Yu Minhe, Gao Mei, and another one who barely survived, Yu Zhong did not even feel like looking at them. If it had been within the country, in order to help his motherland thrive, Yu Zhong would be willing to lend them a hand. However, he had no such thoughts abroad. Zhao Shi heard that tone, and her eyes dimmed slightly. She had wanted to ask him to protect her and her daughter on their way out. However, it seemed that he already knew what she wanted to ask, and her words were stuck in her throat. Zhao Shi swiftly grabbed those weapons and thanked him. "Thank you, sir. If there's a next life, I will repay your kindness." Next life. He did not believe in that, he only believed in the present. He did not place her words to heart and swept a glance outside. Outside the hall, 20 gun-wielding militants had suddenly appeared. They let out ugly roars to suppress their fears and charged right for the hall while firing madly. As the rain of bullets fell upon the hall, it shattered countless glass pieces. Yu Minhe's daughter was caught in the fire and fell in a pool of her blood, moaning in agony. The rest of the women screamed out shrilly, getting down on the floor while trembling. "Since you guys have come seeking death, let me send you on your way." Yuzhong sauntered through the rain of bullets, pulling out his black-toothed blade and slashed out. All the incoming bullets were immediately deflected away. "Freak! He's a monster!" Seeing this, the militants all screamed out. A human's speed that was faster than bullets and could deflect them was way beyond their understanding. "Don't be afraid. Use our hand grenades. Blast him to death." One militant screamed out frantically as he pulled out a grenade. In a flash of the blade, the militant's head soared through the sky, with fresh blood spurting everywhere. Yuzhong's figure had already appeared in place of the militant. "Retreat! Ah! Help!" When the militants saw how Yuzhong disappeared and reappeared mysteriously, their eyes flashed with fear and despair, quickly turning around to flee for their lives. Yuzhong's gaze was cold. With a single step, he disappeared from his location. In an instant, the various fleeing militants began to split apart mysteriously, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Over 20 militants had been dealt with by Yuzhong within a second. Type 5 divine warriors were tyrannical. On this earth, it was hard for anyone to stand up to an existence like that. After the slaughter, Yuzhong sauntered through the town, killing anyone who tried to take advantage of the chaos. However, many of them fled in fear towards Seoul, and few stayed behind. This is truly incomparable with the mainland. It's too inconvenient. Yuzhong frowned as he watched the Korean survivors flee. After killing those human scums like Suk Wai-guk and his men, it would be easy to recruit a few new management people to maintain peace and security. However, due to the language barrier, it was hard to recruit anybody. After killing everyone, Yuzhong went back into the villa. Inside, Gao Mei and her daughter had already vanished, while Zhou Young-un had seized the opportunity to flee. Only Park Cha-young and the Zhao Shi mother-daughter pair were still there. Yuzhong turned to Zhao Shi and frowned. "Why haven't you guys left?" Zhao Shi immediately got down on her knees, begging profusely. "Sir, please take us along. I can be your translator, and even warm your bed if you need me to. I can cook, wash the bowls, anything. Anything at all. All I ask is that you protect us along the journey, please." In this apocalypse, it was hard for beautiful women like them to survive on their own, not to mention when they were overseas. Zhao Shi was just an ordinary woman. Even if she had weapons, it was hard for her to protect herself and her daughter Young-ri-su. The moment they lacked Yuzhong's protection, their fates would be worse than dogs. Zhao Shi could only beg to stay by Yuzhong's side to protect her daughter. When Park Cha-young heard those pleas, she became frantic. She knew her only value was being a translator. That was why Yuzhong had kept her with him. If Yuzhong accepted Zhao Shi, her position would be threatened. Translating, eh? Yuzhong glanced at Park Cha-young, sighing deeply. "All right, fine, I can take the two of you. However, if your performance is not acceptable, don't blame me for chasing you away." A look of joy flashed across Zhao Shi's eyes, and she quickly kowtowed together with Young-ri-su. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Grab a bite, settle your belongings. I'm going to take a rest." With a wave of his hand, a few biscuits and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of them. "These are dried biscuits. He is really loaded. I've made the right choice." Zhao Shi received the food and was filled with excitement. After the apocalypse, they had been gone without food for days. Dried biscuits were not something they could afford. Young-ri-su tore open the packaging and began to wolf down the food. As she ate, her eyes gleamed with a strange glint. Yuzhong came to a room and immediately fell asleep. Even though he was a Type 5 divine warrior, able to battle 3 days and nights without sleeping, he wanted to maintain the habit of having a sleep, to keep his spirit and stamina at their peak condition. A small figure quietly came to his room, burrowing into his blanket. Yuzhong felt the lithe body snuggling against his own, while a small hand was fumbling around with his pants. He opened his eyes, only to discover the pretty Young-ri Su stark naked in front of him, giving off an alluring feel. Young-ri Su was slightly embarrassed, however. She spoke with broken Chinese. "Uncle, I'm Young-ri Su. I like you, and I want to be your woman. Let's do it." After that, she directly lowered her head to kiss him deeply on the lips, her tongue flicking around in his mouth. He felt the youthful energy from this beautiful Korean teen and responded passionately. Soon, when their lips parted, there was a deep flush on her face, as well as her fair skin. Young-ri Su flicked her long, black hair back, smiling shyly, before lowering her head to Yu Zhong's ear and spoke in an incredibly charming voice. "Uncle, I know you Chinese men like virgins. I'm a virgin. Furthermore, I was the school belle in the past, and many handsome men have tried chasing me, but I've ignored them. I only like you. I'm all natural too, never done any surgery before. Come and take me, I'll be your lovable slave and a little bitch." Yu Zhong cupped her cheek gently and chuckled. "You little minx, you dare to try and seduce me? Let me see how charming you can get then." Young-ri Su smiled back coyishly, before diving back under the cover. Pulling her hair back, she lowered her head towards his member. Inside the room, it was springtime for the two of them, accompanied by loud moans. That was Ri Su. Outside the room, Zhao Shi heard the sounds, and her eyes flashed with a complicated look. "I guess it's fine then. Like this, our safety is assured. He doesn't seem to be an evil person. But what if he wants me to sleep with him too? What should I do?" Soon, Park Chae-young also came to the room, and listened to the passionate moans inside with envy. "If only it were me inside. With him protecting me, I can live a better life." Chapter 937, Mechanical Enhancement. Chapter 937, Mechanical Enhancement. After the storm had passed, Young-ri Su laid in Yu Zhong's embrace like a docile lamb. She hugged him tightly as though he was her most precious lover. She whispered in his ear, "I'm yours. If you were to abandon me, I'll die in front of you." "I know." Yu Zhong chuckled and slapped her butt, causing it to bounce. So naughty." She laughed coquettishly, lightly throwing a fist at his chest. She then asked, "Uncle, how about getting my mum to serve you together with me? What's in your head?" Yu Zhong's brows arched and slapped her but once more. He truly did not understand what went on in the minds of teenage girls. Stop, please stop." Her face flushed red, as she let out moans that could cause hearts to race, having an expression as though she enjoyed it. After he stopped, she gasped a little for breath, before turning to Yu Zhong and giggling, "Uncle, I'll let you in on a little secret. Actually, I'm also an evolver too. I have an ability." Yu Zhong let his hands roam all over her body, asking casually, "Oh, what might that be?" The mother-daughter pair had been unfortunate, captured by Suk Wai-guk and his bunch of cronies. It was likely that her ability was not anything spectacular. As a Type 5 Divine Warrior, Yu Zhong had seen his fair share of abilities. Other than Floxinia's mind-reading ability, or any of those mysterious skills, he did not really care about the other skills. Young-ri Su declared confidently, "My ability is called Mechanical Enhancement. It can help any current mechanical construct become stronger. A handgun, under my ability, can be evolved into a revolver, and bullets that have been evolved can destroy even a small vehicle." "Oh, so powerful? Enhance something, let me see." Yu Zhong was excited when he heard it. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out a handgun and 2 bullets from the storage ring and handed it to Young-ri Su. Young-ri Su took the gun, and her eyes focused while her hands glowed with a white light. When the handgun was enveloped by the light, it began to transform, and the muzzle actually changed into a 25mm revolver that could store 6 rounds. After that enhancement, her body was slick with perspiration. It was apparent that the skill consumed a lot of her stamina, and she was gasping for breath. She frowned slightly, as she did not want to disappoint Yuzhong. Gritting her teeth, she continued to channel her ability onto the two bullets, transforming them. After the evolution was complete, she handed them to Yuzhong. "It's done." Yuzhong loaded the bullets and fired once at the wall. Hong! When the enhanced bullet slammed into the wall, it directly caused a large hole. He was filled with joy and he lowered his head to kiss her pale face. "Ri-Su, well done? Your ability is amazing." Young Ri-Su's ability was extremely useful to Yuzhong. She was also excited and smiled brightly, hee. Yuzhong then handed her an evolving liquid. "This is an evolving liquid. Upon consuming it, you can raise your strength." She nodded gently and, before consuming it in one gulp. Young Ri-Su was a smart girl that knew how to play her cards. She knew that right now, she and her mother could only rely on Yuzhong. Should they be abandoned, their fates would be cruel. Therefore, she wanted to make Yuzhong happy. Inside Seoul, within a lavish nightclub, where the lights were bright and the music was loud, many beautiful women were dancing on poles, doing stripteases and other provocative dances. Inside the nightclub, there was a VIP box, where a burly man in a suit, with a weathered face, held a glass of wine in his hands, while two sexy beauties sat on either side of him. Behind him were many other men in dark glasses and black suits as well. This coarse-looking middle-aged man looked at Park Young-e kneeling in front of him, speaking coldly. "You said that there's a Chinese superhuman that can stop bullets." Park Young-e nodded profusely and stammered. "Yes, President, that man is called Yuzhong. He can stop bullets. He also has a subordinate who could do the same." This man in front of Park Young-e was called Choi Won-wang, the President of the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. He was also a triple attribute evolver, his level 83. Choi Won-wang stared coldly and disdainfully at Park Young-e, before waving his hands. "All right, you're dismissed." He nodded and bowed before leaving. "Yes. Yes." As he left, he cursed under his breath. Damn Chinese dog, Yuzhong. You dare to steal my woman and not give me food? I will not let you off easily. Choi Won-wang hates Chinese people the most. This time you're dead." After Park Young-e left, Choi Won-wang shook the wine glass in his hands, before suddenly asking, "Anin Pyo, are you able to stop bullets?" Another burly man, whose hair was dyed red, fell silent, before replying with a fierce glint, "No, I can't stop bullets. But I can kill those evolvers who can stop bullet." Anin Pyo was one of the strongest evolvers under Choi Won-wang, a super evolver of level 80, his combat ability terrifying beyond measure. Choi Won-wang's eyes flashed with a powerful killing intent. "You go take the Black Wind Guards to kill that Chinese evolver. They dare to saunter around our Korea, simply seeking death." Choi Won-wang's father had died in the war, and thus, he had been an extremist of the right wing. After the apocalypse, he had relied on his strength and nationalistic views to gather a bunch of people and form the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. Yes. Anin Pyo quickly went away. "All Chinese dogs are to die." A vicious glint passed in his eyes before he grabbed one of the beautiful ladies and tore off her clothes, biting down on her neck. Early the next morning, Yuzhong took out a reaper on the field, and spoke to Young Ri-Su. "Try enhancing this mech." Young Ri-Su took a look at that mysterious and powerful robot, her eyes filled with shock. "Amazing. What a beautiful set of armor. I've only ever seen such robots in the comics. Uncle, how did you get this?" The Reaper technology was something that Earth's technology still could not match. Thus, its appearance would naturally shock people. Yuzhong replied, "You don't have to care about that, try enhancing it." "Sure. Let me try and test my new strength." After consuming the evolving liquid, as well as some blood honey from the third world, while her level had only increased by 1, under the nourishment of the blood honey, her physique and constitution had become incredibly powerful. In terms of endurance, she was like a Type 2 divine warrior, while her spirit was equivalent to a Type 3 divine warrior. She had truly become strong. Of course, using those treasures, her combat ability was still weak. An ordinary soldier with a rifle could still take her out. She came in front of the Reaper, placing both hands on its frame, and a powerful white light enveloped the Reaper. The Reaper then began to evolve, as countless parts change amidst cracking sounds. It became even more advanced and sci-fi looking. The energy converter was also upgraded as well, becoming even more streamlined. What used to be a fraction of energy being converted in a breath's time became 10 parts. The entire mech was becoming stronger. As Yu Zhong watched it evolve, his eyes shone with a heated gaze. What a treasure, a true treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure. Once it finishes evolving, and I equip the Heart of Hope, I should be able to take on a Type 6 expert with it. I should be considered invincible on Earth by then. Who's there? Suddenly, with a thought, Yu Zhong turned around, his gaze sweeping, and noticed 30 men in black suits running towards him with various weapons. One of them was holding an RPG, which he aimed at Young Ri-Su and fired. Taking a preemptive strike was not something only Yu Zhong knew. And in Pyo was an evolver that had braved countless battles, his experience abundant and his methods vicious. White Bones stood in front of Young Ri-Su with an energy shield, raising it to protect them. Chapter 938. Entering Seoul. Chapter 938. Entering Seoul. Hong. Following a loud sound, the rocket that could obliterate a tank slammed into the energy shield and exploded, causing ripples all over the shield. All of you can fucking die. Yu Zhong's killing intent instantly soared. If Young Ri-Su had been killed, it would be a huge shame. A Type 5 expert that could not even protect his woman was no different from trash. With a tap of his foot, he instantly disappeared from his location. He's gone. How did he do that? How is that possible? And in Pyo and the rest of the Black Wind Guards were all taken aback. They were considered the strongest evolvers of Korea, and no matter how fast their enemies were, they would not be able to escape their line of sight. However, what they did not know was that this was a peak Type 5 divine warrior. His physique had surpassed even some Dino warriors. The moment he went all out, even Type 4 divine warriors would only see a blur. These Black Wind Guards were at most equivalent to Type 2 divine warriors. Even an In-Pyo was at most a Type 3 divine warrior. It was impossible for him to catch Yu Zhong's movement. Pung, pung, pung. All of a sudden, a number of Black Wind Guards had their heads exploding like watermelons. It was extremely creepy. Seeing this scene, one of the guards even got so frightened that he peed his pants, directly kneeling on the floor and kowtowing. Monster? He's a monster, he's definitely not a human. He's a ghost. He's a devil. Please spare me. Don't kill me. And In-Pyo suppressed the fear in his heart, barking out, "Don't panic, he's just a human, not a ghost. We can definitely kill him." "Seems like you're the leader, it shall be you then, be my puppet." Yu Zhong suddenly appeared behind him, slapping the back of his neck and knocking him unconscious. A Type 3 puppet rune then entered her head. "Ghost! Flee!" The remaining Black Wind Guards felt shocked and despair, and started to flee while shouting. With a tap of his foot, Yu Zhong darted about like a specter, appearing behind the Black Wind Guards. Each time, he would slap a puppet rune into their heads, turning them into his puppets. The dozens of Korean elites might have posed a threat to Yu Zhong before he entered the Second World, however, now, they could barely last more than a breath. An In-Pyo, who was the first to become a puppet, came up to Yu Zhong and saluted. "Your slave and In-Pyo greets master." Yu Zhong did not even glance at him. He shot back to Young Ri-Su, grabbing her into his embrace and asked with concern, "Ri-Su, are you okay?" Young Ri-Su, whose body was covered in perspiration from the usage of her ability earlier, smiled brightly with joy and kissed him deeply. "Uncle, I'm okay. Thank you for protecting me. The machine is too powerful, my strength is insufficient. I could only do 1/3 of it. In order for it to finish evolving, it would take another 2 days." Yuzhong planted a kiss on her forehead. 3 days it is. Don't worry, take your time. Young Ri-Su smiled brightly and hugged his right arm tightly with her B-cup breasts pressed against. She wanted to use all she had to keep him firmly under her thumb. Yuzhong summoned an In-pyo, his face sinking. "Who sent you here?" An In-pyo replied respectfully, "Master, it was the President Choi Won-wong of the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly. I was one of the 4 vice-commanders of the Black Wind Guards, in charge of 36 Black Wind Guards." "Choi Won-wong, damn bastard, you dare to target me, don't blame me for being merciless." A strong killing intent emitted from Yuzhong before he asked, "Why did Choi Won-wong want to kill me?" Yuzhong could not fathom why this random person with no vengeance against him, nor met him before, would want to send experts after him. Normally speaking, when a mature leader was to meet experts, the first thing they would do is to try and pull them in, or cooperate and become allies. Only if those did not work, that annihilation would become the only choice. And In-pyo replied, "Choi Won-wong's father had died in the war before. He was a right-wing extremist and is filled with hatred towards the Chinese. Even an ordinary Chinese would suffer the moment he entered Choi Won-wong's territory. Men would be killed, women would become slaves. When he heard that you were an expert from China, he immediately ordered your death." After an In-pyo became Yuzhong's puppet, even if he was speaking in Korean, Yuzhong could understand him. Likewise, even if Yuzhong spoke Chinese, an In-pyo would understand. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with killing intent. "So it's this kind of beast. Seems like I need to wipe him out. He's just cancer to earth." Nationalists and extremists usually reared their heads during times of chaos and crisis. In the past, Africa used to have frequent outbreaks of such cases. During the 2 world wars, there were a lot of racists and no shortage of murders. It was because of these that many people realized the problem with such chaos and fought to progress in peace. With such an extremist like Choi Won-wong, if Yuzhong was helpless, then that would be it. Now that he had the strength, he would not sit by. Yuzhong spoke, "Ri-Su, you stay here with your mother and Park Chae-young. They will be your subordinates and you may command them. I will head to Seoul and wipe out this revival assembly." A single person leveling an entire faction, this was unheard of before Yuzhong entered the Second World. He was a Type 3 expert then, a peak existence. Yet, he would not have dared to make such claims. When Young Ri-Su heard this, she started to tear as she pleaded, "Uncle, there are so many experts there, can you not go?" The Revival Assembly was one of the 3 largest factions, their prestige having spread far and wide. Almost everyone in the region knew of their name. Yuzhong had actually wanted to wipe them out himself. This caused Young Ri-Su to be filled with fear. She knew Yuzhong was strong. However, she did not believe that he could single-handedly take on the Revival Assembly. If he were to fall in battle, then she and her mother would be thrust back to the lives they led previously. At the same time, after that intense night, although she did not love Yuzhong as much as she said, she was indeed reliant on him and had a favorable impression. She truly did not wish to see him die. Yuzhong patted her shoulder and pointed to white bones. "Don't worry, they're not a match for me. Also, relax, I will leave this behind to protect you guys." Her eyes were red as she asked, "Must you go?" Yuzhong's voice turned steely, "I must." She then wrapped her arms around his shoulder and kissed him deeply. After their lips parted, she spoke, "Promise me that you'll come back alive." "Fine, I promise." Yuzhong chuckled and ordered, "An In-pyo, take me to Seoul's Revival Assembly." "Yes." An In-pyo responded respectfully, before following Yuzhong behind, and they headed for Seoul. Inside Seoul, a high-tech motorcycle that had not been seen before on Earth was rolling along the road. "Halt, who are you?" At a gate, 8 soldiers suddenly came to obstruct the laser-enhanced motorcycle. "Become my puppets!" Yuzhong got down from the motorcycle and suddenly disappeared. 8 shadows suddenly smacked the heads of the 8 militants, directly sending puppet runes into them. After turning them into puppets, Yuzhong got past the checkpoint quickly and entered Seoul. Along the way, Yuzhong assessed his surroundings carefully. Inside the city there were many people, but the sight was the same. Most of them were in tattered clothes, their expressions sallow, lying on the ground like beggars. There was another group that was living lavishly, their complexions ruddy, walking around as though they were shopping. Inside a dark alley, there would be sounds of fear and obscene laughter ringing out from time to time. Yuzhong took a look at the ongoings and shook his head. The governance of this revival assembly is too loose. How could such an organization take down the millions of zombies here? Choi Won-wong might have strength, but he was definitely not good at overseeing and managing. At the same time, he was unwilling to give up his authority, only using his trusted subordinates. Hence, the inner turmoil and degeneration of society. Yuzhong then asked an Inpyo, "How did you guys obtain Seoul?" An Inpyo spoke, "It was roughly half a year ago when the zombies in Seoul suddenly moved to the south. That was how we moved in and occupied Seoul." In order to defend against North Korea, South Korea had built numerous bunkers and secret hideouts, as well as underground cities. Due to the existence of such crisis shelters, many managed to stay alive. Yuzhong frowned, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. Disappeared? What's going on? Chapter 939. Massacre. Chapter 939. Massacre. However, even if he felt a sense of unease, he had no intentions to delve further. After all, this was Korea, and he was not Korean. He would not stay long anyway. Right at this time there was a loud commotion some distance away. "Haha, everybody look, this Chinese bitch dared to bite me. Say, how should I deal with her? Burn her! Burn that bitch! Burn her!" A number of Korean thugs were hollering in excitement. Although Yuzhong could not understand the language, he was attracted by the loud noises and turned to check out the source. At a crossroad not far away, there was a pregnant woman hung on a cross, her hair disheveled and her face swollen. Below the cross there was a stack of firewood. A handsome man with dyed yellow hair and slightly tanned skin held a blazing torch, laughing maniacally as he tried to incite the emotions of the people. All around him, there were many young men and women with manic expressions as well, calling out for the death and blood of the pregnant women. Not far from the cross, another group of Koreans was standing. Some of them had cold gazes, some of them excited, their eyes containing hints of pity, some hatred. However, no one stood out to stop the man with the yellow hair. In this apocalypse, it was already exhausting for an ordinary person to fight for their own survival. Furthermore, even if the person on the cross was a Korean, they would not stand out to speak for her. Not to mention that she was a Chinese. While a husband and wife were supposed to stick through thick and thin, sometimes, in the face of crisis, they would go their separate ways. If even a man and wife could be like this, not to mention a country and foreigners. Many Koreans did not have favorable impressions of the Chinese, however. It was not to the point of xenophobia either. However, there were definitely some extremists who were filled with hate and would love to make use of public trials to satisfy their cruel, savage, and dark desires. The yellow-haired man laughed savagely. "Do you hear that, shameless Chinese woman? Everyone wants you burned. Even your son is calling for your blood, bitch." The pregnant woman stared at a youth of about 15 standing within the extremist cult, her eyes filled with despair as well. A vicious look flashed past the eyes of the youth as he stood out to curse violently. "I have no mother, This Chinese bitch is not my mum. She's a shameless and lowly bitch. Well said, Chong Hoon. That's right. Korea is our home. All Chinese bitches have to scram. Kill these Chinese bitches. Don't let them share our food. Those youths had been brainwashed and were calling out madly, as though they were demons in human clothing. When the pregnant lady heard the cruel words of the youth, her face turned incredibly pale, as her eyes flashed with despair. She spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, her body trembled badly, as she started bleeding from her waist down. She had actually suffered a miscarriage from her despair. The yellow-haired man grabbed his nose and chuckled evilly. This bitch miscarried? It stinks. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The rest of the brainwashed youths also revealed excited and twisted expressions. What a bunch of animals! At this time, a cold voice rang out. Everyone present swiveled to look, noticing Yu Zhong walking over with an icy expression. The yellow-haired man had a vicious look as he barked out, "Who the fuck are you? You dare to barge in our business? Are you tired of living? You damn Chinese dog, everybody! Grab him and burn him with this Chinese bitch!" The rest of the young Koreans also bellowed and took up their weapons, charging at Yu Zhong. With a cold look, Yu Zhong waved his black-toothed blade, and the charging Korean youths were immediately sliced in pieces, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ah! Ghost! Seeing this terrifying scene, the rest of the Koreans immediately turned tail to run. The instigator was shocked as he retreated hastily, screaming out in fear, "Don't come over! Don't come over! My uncle is the Vice President of the United Republic of Korea, Choi Yong-chul. If you dare to harm even a single hair on me, the Revival Assembly and United Front will definitely chase you down and kill you. Don't come over! Stop!" An Inpyo immediately translated beside Yu Zhong, conveying all the various words around. Yu Zhong's killing intent billowed out as he sliced out at him. Choi Yong-chul? A mere ant. Even the Jade Emperor would not be able to save you now, animal. In a flash, the yellow-haired man was sliced apart at the waist. However, he did not die immediately, screaming as he fell to the ground. "It hurts! Help! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! It hurts!" After killing him, Yu Zhong's gaze fell upon the pregnant lady, whose gaze seemed dead. The pregnant lady mustered all her strength to glance at Yu Zhong, her eyes full of hurt, regret, and despair. "You are Chinese? I want to go home." As those words fell, her head hung limp, as she became devoid of all signs of life. She had suffered cruel torture, and even her Korean son had cursed at her. Her only shred of hope had been devastated, and she had no more will to leave. She passed away like that. Yu Zhong looked at the corpse, sighing. With a wave of his hands, the devil flame enveloped her body, and everything of her was turned to ashes. "Choi Won-wong, you deserve death!" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, grabbing an Inpyo, and shooting towards where Choi Won-wong was supposed to be. "Kill him!" After killing those extremist youths, he raised quite the commotion. A troop of over 20 soldiers wielding assault rifles appeared in front of him, and the leader barked out. His voice had just landed when a gust of wind swept past them, and all 20 soldiers had their heads decapitated. The surrounding survivors screamed out when they saw that. Yu Zhong did not seem to care about them, directly transforming into a flash as he charged towards Choi Won-wong's base. The nearer he got, the more experts that came out to attack him. Many of them were at the Type 2 Divine Warrior realm. However, in front of a Type 5 Yu Zhong, they were as weak as ants. A casual wave from him could turn them into minced meat or puppets. No one could withstand a single breath against him. The Gold Tripod nightclub was where Choi Won-wong would usually hang out. At this moment, it was filled with scantily dressed women dancing provocatively. Choi Won-wong's ripped body was half naked from the waist up, and he admired the women dancing while sipping on his wine. One of his hands would roam all over the women by his side, as he laughed out audaciously, a look of bliss on his face. Within the city, the three factions had already split the area up amongst themselves. Choi Won-wong had immediately immersed himself in wine and women, enjoying himself. In this apocalypse, even a super-evolver would not be able to control what happened the next day. Many of the heads would thus indulge in the pleasures of life. Even Yu Zhong, who was resolute and vicious enough, would need his women to help alleviate his stress from time to time. It was extremely normal for Choi Won-wong to be like that as well. Hong! All of a sudden, there was a huge sound, as an entire wall of the club blasted open. Inside the dust, Yu Zhong and In Pyo walked in slowly. When they saw this, everyone in the club screamed and ran amok, trying to hide or flee. Choi Won-wong glanced at Yu Zhong and threw the girl in his embrace aside, before clapping his hands and ordering coldly, "Men, kill him. Whoever's the first to kill him would be given 10 beautiful virgins and a single evolution fruit." Yu Zhong barged through the club, obviously without any good intentions. Since Choi Won-wong was in a position of authority, he decided to just order the death of this intruder. The 10 black wind guards within the room immediately attacked with their various ability. Among them, 2 of them had speed at the Type 3 realm. 6 of them had the constitution of the initial Type 3 realm. The remaining 2 controlled flames and wind blades to attack Yu Zhong. Bunch of ants. Yu Zhong sneered, and with a flash, he punched out 10 times instantaneously, sending puppet runes into their heads. Seeing him take care of the 10 black wind guards like it was nothing, Choi Won-wong's pupils narrowed, as he stood up and barked, "Strong, who are you?" Yu Zhong glared coldly at him. "You're Choi Won-wong? You're Chinese? Seems like there's nothing much to be said. I'll capture you now and break your limbs, raising you like the dog you are." The moment Choi Won-wong heard the Chinese language, his eyes flashed viciously and he snarled. Chapter 940 Invincible Suppression. Chapter 940 Invincible Suppression. Yu Zhong laughed condescendingly. "With just you? You think that you're undefeatable just because you took care of 10 black wind guards? Fool! I can form the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly because of my strength. I'll let you experience my strength, then I'll break your limbs and make you into a dog." Choi Won-wong's eyes flashed with a savage glint. In that instant, his body went taut as countless veins popped out and a powerful blood-red do-chi surrounded him. It caused his physique to be enhanced, looking extremely terrifying. Yu Zhong stared as Choi Won-wong's strength rose to the Type 4 stage, his eyes flashing with shock. Peak Type 3 no. Type 4. His strength could actually raise to the Type 4 stage. Who knows what miracle he encountered? A Type 4 expert could be said to be an invincible existence before Yu Zhong went into the second world. Even the 12 apostles of the Kingdom of God were only at the most initial Type 4 divine warriors, according to his estimation. This Choi Won-wong could actually evolve so quickly within this short year, it was evident that he must have met with a miracle or swallowed some special heavenly treasure. Otherwise, on this earth, it was incredibly difficult to evolve by killing mutant beasts. Those black wind guards are nothing but ants in front of me. There's nothing to be proud of by killing them. My body cannot be pierced by heavy caliber bullets. I can pummel an armored vehicle with one fist. It would be simple for me to kill you. Choi Won-wong's eyes had a savage glint as he laughed out. He disappeared from his location and charged behind Yu Zhong with the speed of sound, his legs lashing out viciously towards Yu Zhong's legs. He intended to break them. "With your trash-like abilities? You can't even touch me." Twisting his body, Yu Zhong kicked out with an even faster speed, directly onto Choi Won-wong's legs. The next moment there was a loud crack, as both legs were broken and separated from his body. The bones were shattered and blood flowed everywhere. Choi Won-wong squealed out like a pig being slaughtered, his entire body crumpling to the ground. He stared at Yu Zhong with a gaze filled with fear and despair. "Ah! My legs! My legs! Ah! How is this possible? How could you be this strong?" "Just die, trash!" Yu Zhong muttered coldly as he stared at Choi Won-wong. He slashed out with his black tooth blade, and Choi Won-wong's head was separated from his body, rolling across the floor with his face twisted in eternal pain and hate. After killing him, all the women trembled as they stared at Yu Zhong, their eyes filled with fear. "Master!" The black wind guards that had been subdued by Yu Zhong stood up and saluted with respect. He waved them away. "You guys remain here to maintain order." After that, he charged out of the nightclub with an In-pyo in tow. He had many more scumbags to kill. "Attack! Attack him! Kill him!" Yu Zhong had just charged out of the nightclub when there were the agitated shouts of a man. The remaining Korean army soldiers that had gathered after the apocalypse were right outside, firing madly at Yu Zhong. There were grenade launchers, rockets as well as other heavy firepower. There were many super-evolvers that could stop bullets and heavy-caliber bullets in the current state of Earth. However, few could use their bodies to block cannons and rockets. The countless attacks enveloped Yu Zhong's position entirely, as the explosions rang out with deafening impact. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past, and the militants were all beheaded in a strange manner, fresh blood splattering everywhere. In a matter of seconds, over 100 soldiers of the Revival Assembly had died mysteriously. After their headless corpses crumpled to the ground, Yu Zhong's figure reappeared in the center of the battlefield. "Fearsome! He's a devil! He's definitely a devil! How could a human be strong to this extent?" When the various snipers at different hiding spots watched on, their bodies trembled, with fear in their eyes. They had seen their fair share of evolvers, but someone like Yu Zhong they had never encountered before. Pung! One sniper could not bear it any further and fired a shot at Yu Zhong's forehead. Right before the bullet hit Yu Zhong, he struck out with a finger and caused the bullet to deflect off. How is that possible? Is he still human? How come he's so terrifying? Monster! He's a monster! Seeing the bullet that could blast an armored vehicle knocked away by Yu Zhong, all the snipers felt despair. Some even directly abandoned their posts and fled, not willing to gamble their lives. Yu Zhong swept a glance over at the snipers and raised his electromagnetic cannon to fire out a few times. The multiple electromagnetic beams fired out, blasting the heads of the snipers accurately. Only those who had taken the opportunity to flee at the first moment managed to escape with their lives. Yu Zhong then sauntered through the area like a death god, taking out the members of the Revival Assembly, either killing them or turning them into his puppets. As an In-pyo led him, Yu Zhong came to a prison cell. Within this prison cell were the Chinese and Koreans who were of part Chinese descent that had been living in Seoul. The prison cell had previously been a school, and they remodeled it to have a huge electrical fence all around, with 2 heavy machine guns and 8 soldiers guarding the entrance. Yu Zhong came to the cell and one of the soldiers immediately stepped forwards to bark, "Halt!" With a flash, Yu Zhong arrived at the entrance, while the 8 soldiers fell apart in halves, sliced by his blade. He then walked up to the huge iron gate and slashed a few times, shredding the gate in 4 or 5 parts. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" There was the blare of alarms, and 30 armed guards came rushing out. Some had not even put on their pants. Yu Zhong readied his assault rifle, firing as he walked. Each time a guard appeared, their heads would be blasted off. After killing those armed guards, Yu Zhong opened up all the rooms, only to discover many women in different states of ruin. Most of them were just skin and bones, emitting a putrid stench. Some of them looked more dead than alive. There were no kids nor men. Many pregnant ones had been tortured incessantly and suffered miscarriages. At one corner of the main warehouse, there were many bones, emitting a strong stench. It was like hell. Yu Zhong sighed and deployed a few puppets to take care of these women. He then continued towards where the main faction was, killing any soldier he saw on sight. Yu Zhong walked through the base like an invincible devil. Any soldier that appeared in front of him would be cleaved in two. No one could take a single strike from him. When he came to an open field, there was a sudden roar, "Kill!" At that instant, over 100 militants appeared, firing their assault rifles, grenade launchers, rockets at Yu Zhong. He was instantly bombarded by the rain of metal, as the explosions rocked the entire place he stood. Inside a room, a middle-aged man that looked elegant eyed the center of the blast and thought anxiously, "Is he dead?" This man was the vice president of the Revival Assembly Suk-in-ji. He had gathered the remaining manpower and firepower to throw them all at Yu Zhong. However, the next moment, his wishes crumbled. The various militants began to lose their heads, turning into headless corpses. Ah! Help! After 100 of the soldiers died mysteriously, the remaining soldiers lost all will to fight, as they threw their equipment and weapons aside. Some fled while others directly got on their knees to surrender. Suk-in-ji looked at this with a chill, as despair rose in his heart. "It's over. We're over. How can there be such a monster?" At this moment, Yu Zhong swept a glance over at Suk-in-ji's position and fired a single round from his electromagnetic cannon. There was a bright flash, and the beam directly pierced through Suk-in-ji's head, blasting it apart. After killing him, there was no one else within the Revival Assembly that could muster any force to retaliate. Soon after, most of the soldiers either surrendered or were killed. Just like this, the entire Revival Assembly was leveled by Yu Zhong. A Type 5 divine warrior truly could take down an entire faction all by himself. Inside another lavish mansion within Seoul, a handsome, young man of about 27 or 28 was currently practicing his marksmanship. A middle-aged man in military uniform ran up to him in panic. "President, it's bad? President! Something bad has happened." Chapter 941. Conflict during the banquet. Chapter 941. Conflict during the banquet. This young man practicing his marksmanship was the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Jun-ho. He was a super evolver with strength and wit. He placed his gun down, looking at the panicked middle-aged man and asked, "Lee Young-jun, what happened for you to be this anxious?" Lee Young-jun replied hastily, "President, Choi Won-wong has been killed. The Revival Assembly has also been obliterated." This news was too shocking and unbelievable. That was why Lee Young-jun was so frightened. When Chu Jun-ho heard this, his face also fell as he exclaimed out in shock, "What? Choi Won-wong was killed? He might be useless as a governor, but he has that elite troop made up of evolvers, and a 3,000-strong army. He's also a super evolver. How was he so easily killed? The Revival Assembly was obliterated? Tell me the details properly. What was the Republic of Korea Revival Assembly? They were one of the 3 largest factions in Seoul, with plenty of aspect. In terms of firepower, they were even one-up the United Republic of Korea. Such a faction was actually destroyed. It naturally caused Chu Jun-ho to be at a loss. Lee Young-jun swallowed his saliva and began. He's just one man. Everything was accomplished by one man. He's a Chinese from China, Yu Zhong. Chu Jun-ho's eyes lost their focus as he muttered with a look of disbelief. A single person? How is that possible? Is that even possible? The Revival Assembly has so many experts. How can they be wiped out like that? He frowned and began to consider the possibilities. Yu Zhong. Who is this man? However, no matter how hard he thought, He had no clue who this person was. Chu Jun-ho thought for a while more before jerking his head up. Where is he now? Lee Young-jun replied. After he killed most of the soldiers, he reorganized those who submitted to him, and there are no further actions. Instead, he sent men to go take care of those Chinese women that had been tortured by Choi Won-wong. When Chu Jun-ho heard this, the fog in his eyes cleared and his eyebrows relaxed. So it was like this. That stupid extremist must have clashed with Yu Zhong over his sadistic tendencies. That was why Yu Zhong had dealt with him. That fool, relying on his strength to try and lord his way everywhere. Since he met someone stronger than him, he only had death awaiting. Chu Jun-ho was also a man of talent. He quickly came to a decision. With such strength, we must definitely not make an enemy out of Yu Zhong. We can only try to pull him in. Fortunately, there are no cases of xenophobia here. I can try to recruit him and become friends with him. Great. Lee Young-jun, go get a gold invitation letter. I want to invite Yu Zhong to be a guest. Lee Young-jun's face fell. President, that isn't too good, eh? What if we invite him over and he harbors some evil intentions? Our United Republic of Korea would be in trouble then. Chu Jun-ho flipped the question back. With his strength, if he were to kill his way over, what can we do to stop him? My army is not even comparable to that fool Choi Won-wong. If he was a madman, then after taking down the Revival Assembly, he would have continued to kill us. We would not be able to stop him, only hiding or fleeing. Lee Young-jun fell silent. He knew that Chu Jun-ho was speaking the truth. Chu Jun-ho continued with a gleam in his eyes. Since we cannot afford to have him as an enemy, we can only try to befriend him. This is Korea, after all, and Yu Zhong would definitely find it hard to hold his fort here. I'm guessing that he will return to China, and that's where he can fully exhibit his strength. If we can be on good terms, it will be good for our future. Lee Young-jun's face had a tinge of respect. That's right, as expected of President. I'll go and invite him over then. During the evening, inside a villa within the territory of the United Republic of Korea, a number of vehicles had stopped outside, while well-dressed men and women entered. Yu Zhong walked in, dressed in casual wear, while Young Ri-soo was beside him, wearing a black nightgown, hugging his arm tightly. One of the waiters came up to stop Yu Zhong. Sir, please show your invitation card. Young Ri-soo withdrew slightly. Her family had been ordinary, and she had never attended such a social function before, thus, she was slightly apprehensive. Seeing her behavior, the waiter's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. Yu Zhong took out the gold invitation card and handed it. You're talking about this. When the waiter saw the gold card, his face changed. This gold invitation card represented the most honored guests. If they did not carry out their duties well, then even if the guests pardoned them, the upper echelon of the United Republic of Korea would not. His back broke out in cold sweat, silently celebrating that he did not automatically become rude due to his disdain. The waiter bowed deeply, motioning for Yu Zhong to follow. Sir, please come with me. Yu Zhong thus followed his lead into the lavish mansion. The mansion was well decorated, with lights and exquisite items, while many good-looking waiters and waitresses were fanned out, attending to the guests. When Young Ri-soo came in, she could not help but gasp, "What a nice place! It looks just like on TV." She swept her gaze around and saw 2 tables full of fresh fruits and delicious desserts. Her eyes lit up in delight, and she pulled Yu Zhong along. "Ah, there are fresh fruits here. Uncle, I want to eat. Can you accompany me?" In the apocalypse, eating was the most important to an ordinary person. In these 2 years, Young Ri-soo had not eaten any fresh fruits at all. Fine. Yu Zhong nodded and followed Young Ri-soo towards the spread and began to eat the fruits. All of a sudden, there was a voice. "Aren't you Yu Zhong? How come you're here?" Yu Zhong lifted his head, only to see a handsome young man with a short hairdo and a suit, walking over with a glass of wine in his hands. Yu Zhong asked with a little uncertainty. Li Fei-san? You're Li Fei-san? Li Fei-san was a fellow schoolmate in Yu Zhong's high school. His family had money and background, and he had long since gone abroad to study. Yu Zhong had never expected to see him here. Li Fei-san assessed Yu Zhong, laughing condescendingly, his words carrying a deep sense of superiority. Yu Zhong, you're really so poor you can't even afford a suit? I wonder if there's anything wrong with the waiter's eyes. How could he let you in? Do you know the place you're in? This is a party for the upper echelon of the United Republic of Korea. The President Chu Jun-ho would be here later. Look at your appearance, truly embarrassing. On account that we were schoolmates before, scram the hell out. I won't expose you. Li Fei-san was rich and had the background to boot. Since he was spoiled by his family, he had become extremely arrogant and looked down on the poor. Yu Zhong's family had been ordinary, thus, a target of disdain for Li Fei-san. At this time, young Ri-su walked over with a plate of desserts, her mouth stuffed full. She looked at Li Fei-san curiously and asked, Yu Zhong, who is he? Yu Zhong took a piece of cake from her plate and did not bother looking at Li Fei-san anymore, just an arrogant fly. Ignore him. Currently, in his eyes, Li Fei-san was barely an ant. He was not interested in dealing with this small fry. Li Fei-san had been so spoiled that even if he were to rape a teacher, his family would have settled all issues. It resulted in his arrogance and despotic nature. Hearing those disdainful words, Li Fei-san's face changed, turning incredibly savage. He shot a lewd look at young Ri-su, snarling, Fly? You dare call me a fly? Good. Good. Yu Zhong, you truly don't want to appreciate me giving you face. Now I'm mad, hand over this female partner of yours. I can forget about today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you and being merciless. Yu Zhong frowned and sent a slap across his face. Li Fei-san, I've already wanted to beat your face up since long ago. It was just that I lacked the strength to. I wanted to let you off since we went to the same school. If you don't know how to value your life, then you're asking for a beating. That slap of Yu Zhong caused his face to swell and 2 pieces of teeth to fly out. He crumpled to the ground. He screamed out immediately, He's beating people. He's beating people. Security! NI. Come save me. Fei-san darling, who dares hit you? At this point, a middle-aged woman of about 40 or 50 came over, her face full of thick makeup. She carried Li Fei-san up, cooing over him, Darling, that beast dared to hit you, I will not let him off. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across and finally understood why Li Fei-san was able to enter this banquet even with a Chinese identity. Just like the rich men who loved to keep mistresses, there were rich women who liked to keep toy boys beside them. Li Fei-san was basically a toy boy for this Korean lady. Chapter 942. Negotiations. Chapter 942. Negotiations. Li Fei-san laid in the embrace of the Korean lady, crying out loudly, It's him! It's him! He's the one who hit me! He's a Chinese, not Korean. He doesn't have an invitation and just barged into the party. And you must stand up for me. The commotion managed to attract the people around. Those who had been just observing came closer, and upon hearing that Yu Zhong was a Chinese, their eyes were filled with disdain and enmity. The Korean lady, Kim Den-I, turned around immediately and stared daggers at Yu Zhong and Young Ri-su. She shrieked out, So it was you two shameless Chinese? Security, capture the both of them. Throw them in jail. Apprehend them. Damn Chinese, as expected. Their bearing is so lowly, I wonder how they sneaked in. In the room, everyone looked on with disdain, pointing and muttering at Yu Zhong. Under their gazes filled with animosity, Jun Ri-su started to feel nervous and scared, hiding behind Yu Zhong's back like a cat. She had never even been to such an event before, let alone being a troublemaker. What's going on? At this moment, Lee Young-jun came over with 8 security guards. Kim-dae and I came up to him, her eyes shooting suggestive glances as she spoke coyly. Young-jun Appa, right on time. This Chinese sneaked into our party and hit someone. Quick, capture him and send him over to the revival assembly. Yuzhong turned to Lee Young-jun and laughed coldly. Lee Young-jun, is this how the United Republic of Korea welcome guests? Lee Young-jun took a look and saw that it was Yuzhong. His face fell and did not even pay attention to Kim-dae, quickly running over to Yuzhong, putting on a fawning expression. Sir Yuzhong, I was just looking for you. So you were here. I deeply apologize for the lack of welcome, and I beg your forgiveness. Why is it like this? Seeing this, Kim-dae's countenance turned extremely pale. Lee Young-jun was the trusted aide of the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Jun-ho, and in the region, his name was not without weight. Kim-dae and I had also gotten close to him. That was how she threw her weight about in the faction and did whatever she liked. She did not expect that this high and mighty Lee Young-jun would actually be so subservient to this Chinese man. When everyone saw this, their faces fell, turning silent immediately. Those who had been sarcastic with their remarks turned pale. Things were different now compared to peacetimes. If they were to offend some big character accidentally, it was possible to become a corpse the next day. This was, after all, a cruel world. Yuzhong pointed at both Kim-dae and Li Fei-san, speaking coldly. These two are an eyesore. I don't wish to see them anymore. Lee Young-jun bowed once more. My apologies. Due to my oversight, I've caused you distress. I promise you that you will not see those two again. He then turned to stare at the two, his humility gone in a flash, replaced with an icy sternness, dragged the two of them away into the dead prison. Yes. For experts swiftly stepped up to restrain the two of them, dragging them out. Li Fei-san was frightened at this point, wetting his pants, and he cried out miserably, No! Please, no. Don't send me there. Yuzhong, please, I'm begging you. It was my fault. Save me. Don't let them send me there. On account that we're schoolmates, please. Yuzhong shot him a disdainful look. Li Fei-san, if you weren't a rapist, I would have still spared your dog life. However, your nature never changed, you despicable scumbag. I think your death will do the world some good. When Li Fei-san had flown abroad to study, one of the main reasons was that he had raped his own teacher. Although his family had used their money to keep the matter under wraps, they had no choice but to send this little devil overseas to evade further trouble. Li Fei-san's nose and eyes were streaming as he begged, I know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. Please. Yuzhong shot Lee Young-jun a cold glance. It's getting really noisy. Yes. Lee Young-jun then motioned at two experts, and one of them directly sent a fist towards the mouth of Li Fei-san, making it bloody, before stuffing him with a piece of cloth. They then proceeded to drag him away. This way, please. After all these, Lee Young-jun wore a smile and led Yuzhong towards another box some distance away. After entering the box, there were 4 extremely beautiful ladies with exquisite looks and charms seated on a sofa, with a young man sitting further back. Yong-ri-su caught sight of the 4 ladies and became excited. John Yoon-ah, Kim Bo-ah, Shin Ji-hyun, So-gyo-hai. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Uncle, these are the ultimate celebrities of our Korea. This is too cool. Lee Young-jun's face had a warm smile as he introduced. Sir Yuzhong, these 4 are indeed our top celebrities of Korea. They have heard of your name and hope to become your women. We beseech you to grant them this wish, and keep them by your side. One of them had long, chestnut hair, her figure tall and slender. When she smiled, it was extremely captivating. She came over and said, Hello, Yuzhong, I'm John Yoon-ah. Another one with an oval-shaped face and voluptuous body came and smiled. Hi, I'm Kim Bo-ah. The third one looked slightly rebellious, giggled. Hi. I'm Shin Ji-hyun. The last one was a silent but elegant beauty, who smiled slightly. "Hello, Sir Yuzhong, I'm So Gyo Hai." After the four idols introduced themselves, they brought with them a charm as they tried to compete and showcase their charms. Even Yung Ri Su, who had been excited when she saw them, became extremely depressed, and pounced into his embrace, hugging him tightly. At this time, Chu Jun Ho stood up, smiling with charm as he welcomed Yuzhong. "Yuzhong, how do you do? I'm Chu Jun Ho, the President of the United Republic of Korea. I'm honored to finally meet you." Yuzhong smiled back, sitting on the sofa. "How do you do? I'm Yuzhong." Chu Jun Ho tried to suss him out. "Yuzhong, you should have just arrived in Korea, right? I've never heard of you before." Yuzhong spoke without missing a beat. "That's right, I've just come to Korea." He had a motive for coming to meet Chu Jun Ho as well. Without intending to play any more probing games, he spoke directly. "Chu Jun Ho, since you are the President of the United Republic of Korea, I need to tell you about some things. I've just come back from the Second World." Chu Jun Ho was taken aback and frowned. "Second World? What's that?" He had never heard of this term before. Yuzhong continued solemnly. "It is a planet that has been devastated by a nuclear war, and it is filled with countless monsters. I've returned from the world and have gained some intel. The spatial tunnel between our worlds is about to open. At that time, there will be many monsters pouring out from the tunnel, attacking our human race. Those monsters are strong, and many of the current evolved zombies are not their match. Please make your preparations as soon as possible." "What? Is this true?" Chu Jun Ho's face fell. If it were before the apocalypse, he would have laughed at Yuzhong for being insane. However, since the world had changed, everything that they had known was flipped around. It seemed that everything was under the control of that entity calling itself God. There could be even more absurd and ludicrous things happening. Yuzhong continued solemnly. "It's true. I will leave here soon, heading back to China. Chu Jun Ho, I hope that you can treat the Chinese here with respect, and not let them suffer." As the President of the United Republic of Korea, Chu Jun Ho did not have extremist views nor mistreat those of Chinese descent. That was why Yuzhong decided to communicate with him. Otherwise, he would have just killed his way over, killing him. Hearing Yuzhong's words, Chu Jun Ho was partly happy, partly worried. Happy because this huge threat was going to leave Korea, but worrisome because all the more his words were to be trusted. He maintained a serious expression. "Yuzhong, I hope that you can tell me more about this second world." "Sure." Yuzhong thus began to reveal all that he knew about the second world. The Saint clan was strong beyond words, adding on to the various foreign species and mutant beasts. He had to gather as much power and strength as he could to deal with the imminent invasion. He definitely needed allies. Hong. Right as he was discussing with Chu Jun Ho, there was a loud explosion outside the living room, and one of the walls was blasted away. The explosion caused a huge commotion, and all the participants of the dinner screamed out and fled. 3 men and 1 woman stepped in through the hole in the living room. One of the middle-aged men with normal looks and a crossed-eye look swept his gaze around, before landing on Chu Jun Ho. His face broke out into a smile. "Ha ha ha! Chu Jun Ho, you're here as expected." Chapter 943. The First Divine Envoy. Chapter 943. The First Divine Envoy. Chu Jun Ho's face turned ashen. "Kim Park-chan, you dare intrude on my banquet. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving here." Kim Park-chan's eyes flashed with disdain as he laughed. "Explanation? What a joke. Chu Jun Ho, you had better kneel down now and surrender. Hand over the entire United Republic of Korea to me. I can still leave you your life, otherwise today will be the day you die." Chu Jun Ho laughed, and pressed a remote control button. Good. Kim Park-chun, I want to see how you can kill me. Alarms started to ring throughout the entire villa. Hearing the blaring sounds, all the experts hidden within the villa appeared, charging over to Chu Jun-ho's location. One of the intruders, a burly European man, spoke out in English. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Since he's not willing to surrender, let's just kill him. Benny, get rid of the riffraff. The European woman with long, blonde hair and a sexy figure, but with a freckled face, flipped her hands, revealing two silver, sci-fi-looking guns. When those two guns appeared, she began to shoot them out in a physics-defying manner. As she spun, she would fire out bullets accurately at the approaching expert. Each bullet would land accurately on an elite, causing their bodies to explode. The blood and body parts would splatter everywhere in a gory manner. Benny was slightly ugly, but she was capable. She completely suppressed the elites of the United Republic of Korea, exhibiting a terrifying combat strength. Chu Jun-ho saw how Benny was suppressing his elites and his face fell, exclaiming, "Strong! Who are you people?" The tower-like burly man walked forward with a cold look. "I'm Bert, the first divine envoy of the Kingdom of God. Chu Jun-ho, you only have two choices now. Join our Kingdom of God or die." Chu Jun-ho frowned. Kingdom of God? What organization is that? So you guys are from the Kingdom of God? Good timing, I wanted some information from you guys. Just as Chu Jun-ho was pondering, Yuzhong stood up. With a tap of his foot, he disappeared from his location, appearing beside Bert, and striking towards the back of his head. Strong. Who is this? Bert was the first divine envoy, with strength almost reaching the apostles. And yet, he felt a huge sense of crisis and helplessness from this man. Even the apostles did not give him this feeling. At that moment in time, Bert suddenly disappeared from his location, appearing about 20 m away from Yuzhong. He then activated his life-saving skill, his face full of perspiration. Spread out! Attack those women! Bert roared out in rage, pulling out 2 flash grenades and throwing them, before fleeing madly. Benny and the other divine envoy Mike had worked together with Bert for long, and they knew each other movements like the back of their hands. Benny spun her silver revolvers, her bullets firing at the few Korean ladies. Compared to Yuzhong, those women were easier to deal with. Furthermore, such a tactic would force Yuzhong to protect those women, thus elevating their chances of escape. Mike's eyes gleamed and he slapped his hands onto the ground. A powerful yellow light burst out, causing multiple spikes to shoot out from the ground, piercing towards Yuzhong as well as the women. Fleeing? Pretty decent reaction. With a wave of his hands, a huge shield appeared in front of him. He channeled his strength, and another energy shield appeared, enveloping himself and the ladies. The flash grenades exploded, and the bright light covered the entire region. When the grenades blasted out on the shields, they caused ripples, but not enough to shatter them. The sharp spikes also slammed into the large shield and shattered instead. Lee Young-jun twisted his body, retreating backward. However, a single grenade managed to find his position as though it had an eye and blasted his right arm apart. A sharp spike shot out from the ground, piercing Lee Young-jun's body, nailing him to the wall. John Yoon-ah and the other women saw how the expert Lee Young-jun had been reduced to a corpse within seconds, and their faces fell, hiding behind Yuzhong in fear. Without his protection, they would have all become corpses. At this time, Chu Jun-ho exhibited his strength as the President of the United Republic of Korea. His body was wrapped with a green do-chi, his strength reaching the initial Type 4 realm, and he tunneled into the ground nimbly. The arrogant Kim Park-chan saw how his backers had fled, and his face turned pale. However, his reaction was pretty swift, and he turned around, preparing to leap out. Trying to flee. Yuzhong laughed coldly, and immediately channeled his shadow clone ability. 4 clones shot out like specters, appearing right behind Bert, Benny, and Mike, chopping down on the back of their neck. Although they were unable to utilize the skills, they had his physique. That single palm was equivalent to a Type 5 expert's attack. No matter how strong those 3 divine envoys were, they were at most at the mid-Type 4 realm. In just a breath's time, Benny and Mike were knocked unconscious. Kim Park-chan also failed to escape, falling unconscious. As for Bert, he continued to flicker about, using his strongest escape skill. He managed to evade that attack from the clone and continued to flee. He had no capacity to concern himself about his comrade. Strong. Too strong. He actually used his clones to take out 3 experts in a second. His strength is too fearsome. Fortunately, I chose to cooperate with him. I can't even take on a single clone of his. Chu Jun-ho saw how Yu Zhong did not need to move and just sent out 4 clones to deal with his enemies. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, his heart also filled with envy. Not bad. Truly the first divine envoy of the kingdom of God. Chu Jun-ho, I'll leave things here to you. Yu Zhong stared at Bert, his eyes flashing with self-deprecation. A Type 4 expert like him was actually able to slip through his fingers. This was a testimony to his strength and calm mind. He grabbed Young Ri-su with one hand and took a single leap, disappearing from his location. Chu Jun-ho swept a glance across the Korean idols that Yu Zhong left behind and came to the conclusion. He did not even place them in mind. Only that woman beside him is important. Bert gasped for breath, desperately running through a few alleys. The flash skill consumed a lot of stamina and spirit. Using it continuously caused his stamina to deplete drastically. It's here. When he came to a dark alley, he saw a window and his eyes brightened. He channeled his energy once more and appeared within the room. There were 2 survivors within, and when they saw Bert suddenly appearing in their flat, there was shock in their eyes, and they opened their mouths to shout. Before they could do so, however, Bert waved his hands and 2 daggers shot out, piercing the necks of those 2 survivors, slicing through. There should not be any problems like this. After killing those 2 survivors, he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. At this moment, a huge palm came down on his neck without any warning. Before he could react, Bert was already knocked unconscious. Yu Zhong appeared in the room, while still carrying Young Ri-su. Earlier, Bert had been able to evade the attacks because Yu Zhong had not gone all out. Now, he was sure not to make the same mistake twice. That was how he was able to knock him unconscious. When Bert came to, he was already a puppet. Bert greets master. Yu Zhong asked, Bert, the 12 apostles, where have they been in this past year? Are they still on Earth? The 12 apostles were all heaven's favorites, geniuses of their eras. They had awakened multiple attributes naturally during their evolution, a 1 in hundreds of thousands chance. If they were to leave Earth, it was possible for them to come across other fortuitous encounters, and might even surpass Yu Zhong. Bert replied, I'm not entirely sure about their movements. I only know that half a year ago, because of some unknown reason, all 12 apostles were recalled back to headquarters. In these past 6 months, it had been us divine envoys carrying out missions, expanding the kingdom of good. However, without the power of the apostles, we had to withdraw our troops from various locations and give it up. Yu Zhong frowned. Then why appear in Korea? Bert replied, we want to bring South Korea and North Korea into our control, establishing a strong logistics location, using North Korea as the fortress and combining with our forces in Russia to attack China, the faction that you had established, Master. Chapter 944. The Flesh-Eaters Appear. Chapter 944. The Flesh-Eaters Appear. Yu Zhong, who had been indifferent, finally lost his cool. What? Join hands to attack China? What's with the Russian Empire? Has Russia finally been united? The Russians had always been one of the opponents of China. At the same time, their desire for territory was well known. In this current apocalypse, once a greedy Russian manages to unify the country, they would not let go of China in the north. Russia does not have a leader. Their capital Moscow had already been completely conquered by zombies. It's rumored that there are appearances of powerful evolved zombies with intelligence and terrifying combat abilities. Under the lead of these evolved zombies, Russia's human factions were annihilated one by one. Their northern area had already belonged to the zombies. As for the southern side, due to the pressure of the zombies, many human factions had allied and formed a new Russian government. This is a strong alliance with over 1 million survivors. They only have a 100,000-strong army, possessing the weapons of the Cold War period. Making use of those weapons, they managed to wipe out over 1 million zombies. However, the zombie army in the north marched on under the lead of the evolved zombie, using their superior might and numbers to crush the main forces, forcing the human factions further south. Under such circumstances, Russia had finally chosen to work with the Kingdom of God to attack the faction in China. Bert revealed everything he knew. A dark look came over Yu Zhong's eyes. In exchange, you guys would provide Russia with a large number of weapons and ammunition, right? Bert nodded. That's right, we have provided them with weapons, ammunition, and ration. Yu Zhong chuckled bitterly before sighing. He was filled with complicated emotions right now. The gates of hell had already opened, and the vampires and flesh-eaters of the Second World were about to invade Earth. Yet, the humans on Earth were still caught up in their own conflicts, slaughtering among themselves. This did not bode well for their future. Help! Ah! No, save me! All of a sudden, there were screams ringing out from the street. What's going on? When Yu Zhong heard those screams, he darted and appeared outside swiftly, only to discover that the streets of Seoul were plunged into chaos, with numerous people running around amok, screaming at the top of their lungs. A number of flesh-eaters that were 90% similar to humans in appearance were slaughtering the people on the street. One flesh-eater charged forwards, directly pouncing and knocking a human to the ground. He then used his claws to tear through to the heart of the person, digging it out, before consuming it while laughing savagely. A blonde vampire flickered, appearing in front of a woman. He grabbed her head and pulled down roughly, before bending down to suck her blood voraciously. Throughout Seoul it was like hell. Death was everywhere, and there were numerous cruel and savage flesh-eaters and vampires slaughtering people on sight. Yu Zhong looked at the chaos and his face fell. Flesh-eaters? They've already arrived. It's too damn fast. He had originally assumed that they would only appear after some time. Who would have thought they had already arrived in Seoul? The moment he came out to the street, 2 flesh-eaters covered in blood pounced towards him in a frenzy. He pulled out his black-toothed blade and sliced them apart, their bodies sent flying. After that, he quickly dashed forward, and in a matter of seconds, he appeared back at the banquet hall. He threw a communicator to Chu Jun-ho, barking out solemnly, "Mobilize your troops immediately, the Second World's flesh-eaters have already appeared in Seoul. Hurry!" Chu Jun-ho's face fell. He did not waste any time, however, and quickly made the decision. What? All right, got it. I'll go mobilize them now, to wipe out those creatures. Immediately, he disappeared from his original location, heading towards his forces. Yu Zhong then glanced at the unconscious Kim Park-chan, and sent a puppet rune into his head. Kim Park-chan stirred awake not long after, and greeted Yu Zhong with respect. "Greetings, master." Yu Zhong ordered, "Go mobilize your troops now, eliminate all monsters you see." Kim Park-chan was after the president of the Republic of Korea faction, and he had a sizable force. If he could muster them all, it would be possible to annihilate the monsters and save some people. He bowed down and swiftly headed out. Understood. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhang Yun and the rest and said indifferently, "The few of you follow me." When they heard that, they quickly ran forward. In this current chaos, only Yu Zhong would be able to protect them. At the entrance of the large hall, Yu Zhong led the women into a military truck and swiftly headed towards the revival assembly base. Along the way, flesh-eaters could be seen everywhere, killing and pillaging, raping and destroying everything. Seeing the military truck containing Yu Zhong and the rest, dozens of them quickly roared out and charged towards them. The women were all frightened out of their wits, huddling together and trembling. Yu Zhong pulled out his stinger and fired out a few times. Pung, pung, pung. Each continuous shot took out the flesh-eaters in succession, preventing them from even nearing the military truck. Young Ri-Su watched how calm Yu Zhong was, and her fear subsided, her gaze full of adoration. So cool! He really does give a sense of security. Chapter 945. Breakthrough. Chapter 945. Breakthrough. Yu Zhong continued to drive through, killing a dozen of flesh-eaters before arriving at the revival assembly base. Currently, there were flesh-eaters and vampires everywhere, slaughtering humans. The soldiers had been cleaned out once by Yu Zhong, leaving only 200 puppet soldiers. These 200 puppet soldiers could only defend a few key locations and were helpless to the rest. One could see the slaughter of the Koreans at the hands of those flesh-eaters and vampires, while screams rang throughout the air. It was like hell. Damn it! Yu Zhong blasted the heads of a few flesh-eaters as he cursed out. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to save the thousands of people here. Defending was always tougher than offense. Yu Zhong immediately went to the command center and held the fort, while deploying the 200 puppet soldiers out. They formed units and began to fight back, rescuing numerous survivors. The weak point about these puppet soldiers was that without an order, they would be rigid and stupid in their movements. Yu Zhong had to constantly give out orders for them to carry out. Warning! Warning! There is a large horde of zombies right outside Seoul, making their way towards this location. Based on estimations, they will completely surround Seoul in 30 minutes, and cutting off any retreat to North Korea. All of a sudden, Bai Yi's image appeared in the corner of the display, reporting the imminent disaster. Intelligence and information were important in modern warfare. Yu Zhong knew the importance of it. That was why he had planted several electronic flies everywhere to be his eyes and ears. His face fell. What? Pull up the image. Yes. The display went fuzzy for a while before a dozen images were shown. Under Bai Yi's control, the various displays were enlarged to reveal the terrifying scene outside of the city. On the displays, a huge horde of zombies was currently running at a speed that surpassed humans, with an agility that had never been seen in them before, as they made their way towards Seoul. Among the zombies, there were many L2S, L3S, S2S, S3S, S4S, H2S, devourers, hunters, and other evolved zombies. After an entire year of evolution, these zombies had become stronger and faster, developing scales and horns. The sea of zombies was enough to make even a Type 5 expert like Yu Zhong shudder. With Yu Zhong's current strength, it would be easy for him to slaughter 1,000 evolved zombies. However, the zombies had a single, terrifying advantage, which was their numbers. Their seemingly endless numbers. No matter how strong Yu Zhong was, throwing himself into the sea of zombies would just spell his doom. What is that? Flying zombies? How the hell? If there are hundreds of thousands of them, how the hell can humans defend against that? All of a sudden, Yu Zhong caught sight of an entire patch that covered the sky. Looking closer, he realized that these were evolved zombies of about 1.3 m in height, their limbs short, but their backs had a pair of powerful, fleshy wings. Seeing this, Yu Zhong's heart turned cold. The humans were already at a disadvantage. Relying on firepower and traps, they might be able to defend cities. However, with the appearance of these flight-based creatures, ground-based defenses were ineffective against them. It had become increasingly harder for the humans to defend. When defending the 20 Shui Luo forts back in the Third World, Yu Zhong had experienced it for himself. Defending against the aerial attacks was tougher by many times, more so than just when the Dino warriors and their vassal forces charged alone. Without the joint attack from the aerial units, the Shui Luo forts would not have fallen so easily. Seoul can no longer be defended. Yu Zhong saw the endless horde, and he sighed. Yu Zhong had no direct subordinates in Seoul. Just relying on commanding those puppet soldiers took a lot of his mental capacity. In front of the huge sea of zombies, his current force was nothing. He then steeled himself and threw away all emotions, immediately gather forces to retreat. After hesitating a while, he ordered into his communicator once more, "Tell them, the person who wants to lead them away is Chinese, he's Yu Zhong, the murderer of Choi Won-Wang. The chosen point to breach the siege would be at North Korea. They're free to choose if they want to follow or stay. However, those who want to follow must abide by our orders unconditionally." When the puppet soldiers disseminated the orders, there was a commotion among them. Many chose to slink away quietly. They were not comfortable with a foreigner being their leader. At the same time, most of the survivors here did not have favorable feelings about the Chinese. They were afraid that he would hold it against them after. Yu Zhong contacted Chu Junho. "Chu Junho, my men have discovered a huge horde of zombies currently surrounding the city. In about 30 minutes, the zombies would surround Seoul, cutting off retreat into North Korea. I'm preparing to breach through there. You should make your preparations too. I'm making a move first, am heading towards North Korea." "What?" Chu Junho exclaimed in shock. "Yu Zhong, come with me to Suwon City. If our armies work together, we definitely can breach the siege and reach Suwon City safely." Chu Junho's base was in Korea. He was not willing to head to North Korea with Yu Zhong. Furthermore, if he were to tell his subordinates that he wanted to go to North Korea, it was likely that many would desert him. Yu Zhong turned him down resolutely. "I'm heading back to China, I can't go with you. All the best, and goodbye. See you if fate allows it." After cutting off the connection, Yu Zhong began to organize his troops and left immediately. A number of buses drove off, and with the help of the puppet soldiers, the survivors began to get aboard. Not long after, a fleet of armored vehicles and heavy vehicles started to move swiftly towards the exit of Seoul City. When the fleet reached about 5 kilometers away from Seoul, the howls and roars of the horde could be heard, as many zombies headed towards them. Ah! Inside the vehicle fleet, the survivors saw the zombies running faster than humans and screamed out of fear. The mechanized infantry vehicles began to extend their weapons and fired at the zombies. During the volley of fire, many zombies were pierced through, their bodies destroyed. However, many others fell to the ground and got back up almost immediately after, as though there was no effect. Inside the car, Yu Zhong quickly made a decision. No. If this goes on, everyone will be wiped out. The zombies had evolved into a terrifying state. With the current firepower Yu Zhong had, it was not enough to carve a way out. With a single thought, Yu Zhong leaped out of the car and channeled his summon tamed beast technique. A void appeared out of midair, and Mount Tai appeared out of the hole, dashing towards the zombies. The moment Mount Tai appeared and charged, with every swing of its tail, over hundreds and thousands of zombies would be instantly pulverized. With the help of Mount Tai suppression, a huge part of the zombies was killed, revealing a path. Yu Zhong's fleet continued to drive through, right through the mass of blood and flesh. Right after they charged through, the dense horde suddenly split apart, revealing a number of H2S, with their mouths open, as they shot multiple flame balls towards the fleet. Hong! 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 Faced with those H2S, a number of armored vehicles and buses were blasted apart. In an instant, over 200 survivors were killed in the resulting explosions. When they saw this, many other survivors screamed out in terror. Yuzhong waved his hands, and 2 electromagnetic cannons appeared. He held them and began to fire at an incredible speed, blasting the heads of those H-2S accurately as though the bullets had eyes. The heads of the H-2S exploded one by one, slumping to the floor lifelessly. Over a dozen of them were killed in an instant by Yuzhong, while the rest that had just revealed their heads would also be taken out instantly. Due to Yuzhong's timely decisions and actions, soon, with the help of Mount Tai, the entire group managed to break through the siege. However, just as they had just exited the horde, a number of infantry vehicles rolled out from behind. To their horror, there were zombies controlling the heavy machine guns, firing at the various armored vehicles and buses. When that barrage of heavy-caliber bullets slammed into the buses, they pierced the buses easily, penetrating the bodies of the humans in them. Chapter 946, Seoul Falls. Chapter 946, Seoul Falls. The survivors that were hit by the machine gun bullets screamed out in agony as they fell and writhed about. Seeing their plight, the rest of the survivors had eyes full of fear, but they were helpless, unable to do anything. What the hell? Those zombies know how to use weapons? How the hell are humans supposed to survive? Yuzhong stared at the zombies in shock. Although the zombies could operate firearms, in truth, their damage could not compare to those H-2S. However, it was a fact that was hard to swallow. Humans could suppress zombies in the past because they could use tools and set traps, firing weapons with the weapons left behind during the apocalypse. After all, the numbers of the zombies were at least 100 times that of humans. The territory that they covered was also at least 10 times. If they could already use weapons, it was a nightmare to all survivors. If both sides could use weapons, then the zombies that were undying would hold a huge advantage. Damn it! Yuzhong turned around, firing the electromagnetic cannons in his hands at those incoming machine gun vehicles. They exploded when the beams of light blasted onto them. Right at this time, the airborne dwarf zombies began to fly over. Airborne mutated infected evolved being level 30 F1, possesses the ability of flight, sharp claws and high infection rate. Yuzhong glanced at the F1S, and with a glint in his eyes, he clapped his hands towards them, channeling his devil flames. The flames shot out in 2 towering beams, blasting towards the F1S. The moment those F1S came in contact with the devil flames, they screamed out in agony, turning into ash. However, their numbers were really too many. A lot of them managed to evade the devil flames as they pounced on the buses. With their sharp claws, they easily tore the hull apart, before burrowing into the bus and began their attack on the humans. The 3 buses were quickly surrounded by the F1S and swarmed. The screams within the buses spelled the doom of the 100-odd survivors as they became food. With a thought, Yuzhong caused the devil flames to spread out and envelop the area, turning even more F1S into ashes. When over 1,000 F1S had been consumed by the devil flames, there was a strange howl from the midst of the zombie horde. Upon hearing that signal, all the F1S quickly evacuated the area, not harassing Yuzhong's group further. Yuzhong leaped high into the sky, over 20 m, and he looked to the distance. He discovered that about 10 kilometers away, there was a young man who looked similar to humans in appearance, of about 2 m in height, covered in black scales, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was staring fixedly at Yuzhong with a violent and savage look. Yuzhong stared at him, and he could tell from the intelligence behind its gaze, super-intelligent evolved zombie life form. Descending back, Yuzhong came to the car and swept a glance towards the back. By now, the zombie horde had already covered the hole that they had breached through. Yuzhong looked at the sealed route, his eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. Seoul is finished. With over 1 million evolved zombies surrounding the place, even if Yu Zhong were to utilize all his trump cards, he would not be able to save Seoul. One single person was still too small against an army. In order to salvage the current situation, Yu Zhong estimated that he would have to be at the Type 8 or Type 9 Divine Warrior realm at least. He had seen for himself how terrifying a Type 9 Divine Warrior was, back at the Third World. It was an entity that could transcend space, possessing the qualifications to challenge God. If he could reach that level, he would be able to take on these millions of zombies without problems. The moment Yu Zhong left, Seoul no longer had any faction strong enough to withstand the zombies. On the streets, there were screams everywhere, as zombies chased down the Korean survivors, devouring them, leaving only bones behind. Everywhere, screams rang out, with broken bodies and scattered organs strewn all over the ground. As the zombies were consuming the humans, they quickly came across the flesh-eaters and vampires of the Second World. When those zombies saw these new entities, they did not let up their attack, instead, pouncing onto them and tearing them to bits. In retaliation, the flesh-eaters and vampires went all out and tore the heads off the zombies. Both sides engaged in a wanton slaughter of the humans and an intense clash between the both of them. Soon, the battle was turning in the favor of the zombies. While the flesh-eaters and vampires were strong, the numbers of the zombies were simply overwhelming. The moment they got careless, the zombies would overpower them and tear them into pieces. Although the infection and virus had no way of affecting the Saint clan, they could still tear them apart. As the flesh-eaters and vampires were being forced back, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man walked out, dressed in a suit, looking like a knight from the Middle Ages. A strong pressure emitted from him, and when the zombies that were unafraid of death felt the pressure, even they began to tremble and lost the will to fight. The man looked at the horde of zombies and spoke, commander of the zombie clan that had just come into being. "I'm your kin, the ancestor of the zombie clan from another world. My name is Ulrich, and I hope to speak to you. We are of the same kind, and we can work together. We have some information on your world and know things that you don't. Would you like to know the reason you've gained sentience? Would you want to know how to continue evolving? Would you want to survive? As long as you cooperate with us, we will tell you everything." A Type 5 ancestor was an entity that taken part in the sacred war for many months and years in the Second World, till they achieved victory. Thus, they knew many things, as well as what the newly sentient evolved zombies of this world desired. The zombie horde turned silent, before splitting apart. The 2M tall super-evolved zombie covered in black scales that had crossed glares with Yu Zhong earlier, walked out, looking at Ulrich and spoke, "I'm Chow Min Long, I want to know some answers. If you can tell me, I'm willing to cooperate with you." Ulrich gazed at him and sighed, "Peak of Type 4. You're already at the peak of Type 4 Divine Warrior realm. You have a powerful evolution potential, and might even reach the Type 6 realm. I will tell you all I know, you should evolve to the Type 5 realm soon." As Chow Min Long and Ulrich came to an agreement and joined forces, the entire Seoul became hell for the humans, where their screams of agony rang out. The screams and moans carried on for the entire night. When the first ray of sunlight hit Seoul, all that could be seen were wandering zombies, and among them, many of their bodies were already in states of rotting, but their skin was not yet dried up, compared to the rest which was already emaciated for a long while. Just yesterday, the boisterous city containing hundreds of thousands of people had already transformed into a ghost city, with countless blood spots everywhere. The zombies continued to lumber around Seoul, mixed with the flesh-eaters and vampires. From time to time, they would manage to sniff out a human before tearing them into pieces. On the other side, Yu Zhong's convoy continued to travel through the night, crossing over 100 li. They had already passed into North Korea's territory. Along the way, they did not come across too many zombies. Somehow, all of them had already been summoned by Chow Min long in the past, gathered together within Seoul now. Those intelligent, evolved zombies had already learned to gather their forces. Even Yu Zhong did not dare to face their amassed force head-on. When they entered North Korea, they were met with a scene entirely different from South Korea. In South Korea, the buildings were tall, the cars aplenty, filled with signs of modern society. As for North Korea, there were plenty of old-fashioned houses, the roads were not level. Everywhere, the propaganda of their glorious leader could be seen. Yu Zhong found a quiet and broad place to stop the fleet, before getting the survivors to alight and consume breakfast. Those who were willing to leave with Yu Zhong did not number many, only about over 1,000, filling 20 different vehicles. During the breach of the zombies, hundreds had died, and their buses were down to 11, leaving behind only slightly over 600. Half of the survivors had been lost in the journey. Chapter 947 Departure and Death. Chapter 947 Departure and Death. The faces of the survivors were filled with weariness, dread, and sorrow as they disembarked. Corpses were carried down and tossed to the side. These survivors had experienced a night filled with horror and tension. The aftermath left them so exhausted that they had no energy to bury the bodies. John Yun-ah and the other females came down and heard sounds of crying and wailing. The machine guns yesterday had hit a few unlucky survivors in their arms and legs. Without medical treatment, they could only groan and wail in agony. That was too terrifying. Thankfully I'm with him, otherwise I would have already been dead. John Yun-ah stared at the survivors, a chill creeping up her heart. The rest of the ladies were also celebrating inwardly. Flames crackled as the puppet soldiers became chefs and waiters, serving bowls filled with cooked rice and flour to the survivors. Yu Zhong's side was able to enjoy the pleasurable Type 4 mutant beast meat, as the smell of the delicious meat wafted in all directions. John Yun-ah and the other ladies did not care much for their image, wolfing down the meat, as though they were about to swallow their own tongues. Many survivors stared over hungrily, their eyes filled with expectations and hope. Many of them had not eaten meat in goodness knows how long. Even if they did, it had been rat meat, bugs, and for some, human flesh. Choi Min-shik, a burly Korean man with a thick mustache, finished his bowl in a few mouthfuls before a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He stood up, shouting arrogantly, "I can't take this anymore. We're eating garbage over here, while that Chinese is eating meat." He continued agitatedly, "Everybody, think about it, yesterday we listened to his command and left Seoul. How many died? Over half. If we had gone to Busan, we would not have lost so many people. This Chinese cannot be trusted. Everyone, join me and resist. We must get back our rights. Leave this Chinese man." Under his incitement, many survivors began to show expressions of hatred. Due to the number of deaths the previous night, they have filled with some prejudice towards Yu Zhong already. It did not take much for them to be riled up. However, they did not dare act due to the puppet soldiers standing guard around. Choi Min-shik walked up to one of the soldiers and spoke loudly, "We Koreans would not bow to violence. If you want to open fire, just kill me. I don't want to live on in this godforsaken world. I will tear off your mask and let everyone see your true colors." "What are you shouting for?" At this time, Yu Zhong walked over, with Young Ri-su beside him translating, conveying Yu Zhong's words, while translating the words of the Koreans for Yu Zhong. Choi Min-shik saw Yu Zhong and took a few steps back involuntarily. He had seen how Yu Zhong was able to resist the sea of zombies last night. If Yu Zhong wanted to kill him, he would be dead in a heartbeat. Yu Zhong shot them a cold look. "Those who want to leave, I won't stop. There's no problem if you want to go. I can give you 20 days' worth of rations. Please go quickly." Those who stay on have to abide by my orders without complaints, regardless of how ridiculous it might be. If you can't do that, just go. Yu Zhong had saved them due to the little humanitarianism he still had left in him. Since they were not appreciative, he would not continue sticking his warm intentions on their cold backside. He then shot Choi Min-shik a cold look full of killing intent, and you. If you want to leave, leave. Any more bullshit and I won't be merciful. Being stared at by Yu Zhong, Choi Min-shik felt fear and he retreated hastily before turning around to speak to the rest. Guys, listen to me. Let's leave together and work together. We can definitely make it out of this alive. Long live the Republic of Korea! Choi Min-shik shouted and walked over to the puppet soldiers, grabbing his share of 20 days' rations, and began to wolf it down. Most of the survivors were not happy having a foreigner like Yu Zhong lead them. Adding on to the death toll of the previous night, they were filled with distrust and dissatisfaction over his leadership. Most of them were also famished. Under these circumstances, almost all the Korean survivors stood up and went to take their rations, following after Choi Min-shik. Apparently, they were not happy with Yu Zhong's dictatorship. Few were willing to hand their lives over to a foreigner. At the same time, they had not seen any zombies, so they were beginning to think that it was possible to survive with their own strength. Yu Zhong watched coldly as they left, not saying anything. He then swept a glance at John Yun-ah and the rest. You may leave as well. I won't stop you. To him, these Korean survivors were a burden. The more that left him, the better. He would not have to be responsible for all their lives then. John Yun-ah looked at him with teary eyes. Sir Yu Zhong, I won't leave. I'm yours for life. Please don't chase me away. She was smart, and she knew that even if she took her 20 days of rations, it would be snatched by those men in the survivors' group, and be treated as a toy, leading a life worse than a dog. Choosing to stay with Yu Zhong was a better choice. She snatched it. The other three exchanged looks and quickly came forward to plead pitifully. Yu Zhong, we are your people. Please don't abandon us, we're willing to listen to your orders. Yu Zhong swept a glance and realized there were 20 other women of Chinese descent that did not leave. Evidently, having been tortured by those beasts in the revival assembly, they had lost trust in the Koreans. After breakfast, Yu Zhong declared solemnly, "All right, let's leave." The huge convoy then began to make its way further into North Korea. Not long after they left, there were screams and gunshots in the distance. "Save me! Help! Wait! Wait for us!" At this time, those Koreans that had left came running back towards the breakfast point, screaming in fear. Behind them, there were many zombies in tattered military clothes wielding rifles, chasing after them. They leaped onto the Korean survivors whenever they could and bit down viciously. "Ah! Save us!" They continued to scream loudly. At every second, a Korean survivor would fall under the grasp of the zombies, screaming out in despair and fear. "Scram! Out of my way!" Choi Min-shik, who had tried to incite the Koreans, had thrown his rations to one side, shoving his fellow survivors, trying to make his way towards the breakfast point. "No! We shall all die together!" One of the men, who had been pushed to the ground by Choi Min-shik, had a sudden glint of desperation and madness. He burst forth with a sudden bout of strength, grabbing Choi Min-shik's right leg. Choi Min-shik began to kick the man while shouting furiously, "Fuck off! Fuck off! Bastard!" The man was kicked bloody, but he continued to grab Choi Min-shik's leg tightly. Two zombies which ran faster than humans suddenly pounced over, grabbing Choi Min-shik and bit down on his neck. "Ah!" He screamed out like a wounded beast, struggling frantically. However, he could not get out of the zombies' grasp and was consumed alive soon after. The zombies were already faster than humans. In their midst there were even the hunters. None of them managed to make it to the breakfast point, as they were already all killed. A single Korean evolver with decent skills and wielding a level 3 green sharpsword hacked and slashed his way over, decapitating the low-level evolved zombies. All of a sudden, a devourer leaped out from within the zombie group and leaped at the Korean evolver. In a flash, the head of the Korean evolver disappeared, reappearing in the mouth of the devourer. It bit down with its sharp teeth, crushing the head of the Korean evolver, as red and white matter splattered everywhere. When John Yun-ah and the rest saw what happened to them, their hearts turned cold and they trembled uncontrollably. Had they chosen to leave earlier, they would have been among those who died. Chapter 948 Pyongyang, Sea Beasts Come on Shore. Chapter 948 Pyongyang, Sea Beasts Come on Shore. When the women of Chinese and mixed Korean-Chinese descent saw the scene, their backs were also filled with cold sweat. Being consumed alive by zombies was one of the cruelest ways to die. Yu Zhong eyed the group of zombies and ordered coldly, "Kill them!" White bones flashed, with a speed surpassing the sound barrier, reaching their midst in a breath. Countless bones spike protruded out from its body, and it spun madly, turning into a fearsome meat grinder. In an instant, many of the zombies were sliced apart as their limbs flew everywhere. When the three hunters discovered White Bones, they leaped with all their might towards it. White Bones then channeled out even more sharp bone blades, slashing at the incoming three hunters, slicing them up into multiple parts. In just a few breaths, White Bones had obliterated the entire group of zombies. After killing them, Yu Zhong ordered the puppet soldiers to gather the survivors' corpses together. He then poured oil and lit them up, burning the dead bodies into ashes. Once they were done, the convoy began to set off one more towards the north. It was quiet along the way, without any signs of life. From time to time, they would come across small, scattered groups of zombies. Before they got close, they would be sliced apart by White Bones. As for the Type 5 Mount Tai, who had acted as the meat grinder vanguard, it returned to the sea. Its consumption was too terrifying, only the vast sea could feed it. "Stop! Don't move! Otherwise, we'll open fire." When the convoy got closer to the capital Pyongyang, a number of North Korean soldiers appeared on one of the roads, barking out loudly. Yu Zhong frowned slightly, waving his hands for the convoy to stop. Although he could get White Bones to kill them all, unless there was a special reason, he wanted to try and communicate. As they came to a stop, Yu Zhong came down from the vehicle and saw a shocking sight on the sides of the road. There were a number of men had sharp spikes pierced through their tibia, shin bones, tied to wooden stakes. Many of them were moaning in agony, while others had died, and were already dried-up corpses. The North Korean soldier barked out, "Get down on your knees and hand over your weapons! Hands above your head! Otherwise I'll beat you to death, you damn Chinese!" The militant used his gun to point at Yu Zhong as he barked out, "On your knees? On your knees!" Yong Ri-su quickly translated for Yu Zhong. A strong killing intent poured out of Yu Zhong as he commanded coldly, "Since you don't give face, you can all go to hell." With that order, White Bones transformed into a flash, and charged right into their midst, slaughtering the few militants in a breath. "Let's go!" After dealing with those militants, the convoy continued towards inner Pyongyang. White Bones took the lead, using its terrifying speed to charge into the enemy ranks and slaughtering them whenever they appeared. Yu Zhong would never show mercy to those who were unreasonable. When those North Korean militants were killed, none of them could react fast enough to raise the alarm. Soon, the convoy managed to enter Pyongyang successfully. Pyongyang City was a pretty lavish city with modern structures and construction. After all, it was the capital of North Korea. After entering Pyongyang, Yu Zhong saw a large number of emaciated survivors, as though they were skeletons, their eyes dull and lifeless as they watched Yu Zhong's group. In the first place, North Korea had already been lacking in resources, since most of it was imported. In fact, it was one of the countries with the highest death rate from famine. The apocalypse was in its second year, and all that the North Korean survivors could rely on were the rations left behind. Most of these were taken up by the upper echelons, while the ordinary survivors suffered. Seeing Yu Zhong's powerful armed convoy, the survivors did not dare to provoke him, allowing them to pass through the city smoothly. Hong, Hong, Hong. Just as they were at the center of Pyongyang, the sounds of dense artillery fire resounded from afar. What's going on? Yu Zhong frowned and quickly sent out a large number of robotic flies and dragonflies. As the robotic critters flew out, Yu Zhong opened up the display inside the command vehicle. On it, he could see all that the robotic flies saw. At the northern area of Pyongyang, there was a huge army camp set up, with numerous armored vehicles and soldiers being sent to the front lines. As the robotic flies continued forward, the reason for the artillery fire became clear. There was currently a large horde of sea-based mutant beasts coming up on shore near the north side of Pyongyang. Many North Korean militants were also stationed at the various defense lines, fighting hard to keep the mutant beasts at bay. These militants had obtained the legacies of Pyongyang City, including cannons, infantry vehicles, tanks, rocket launchers, and many more. With the support of the heavy fire, many mutant beasts were blasted to smithereens. However, their numbers seemed to be endless, continuously pushing up the shore. One after another, the defense posts fell. The militants started to crumble and fell back quickly, while the North Korean soldiers behind collected after them. Evidently, there were still capable soldiers in North Korea. Some of the soldiers suffered defeat but continued to maintain their ground, utilizing all sorts of combat styles and traps to injure and kill the mutant beasts. When Yu Zhong caught sight of the horde, he frowned. Are the sea-based mutant beasts coming up on shore? The sea mutant beasts were an even more threatening force than the zombies. The seas were vast and could sustain countless mutant beasts. Their numbers were likely more than 10 times that of the zombies. At the same time, they had numerous Type 5 mutant beasts. Once those Type 5 mutant beasts made their move, with Earth's current technology, other than the nuclear missiles, nothing else could destroy them. At the same time, it had only been 2 years since the onset of the apocalypse. Yu Zhong was worried that there might already be a Type 6 mutant beast. Every single movement of a Type 6 mutant beast was a disaster. A single Type 6C mutant beast could easily level a human city. On Earth, other than the nuclear bombs, super evolvers also possess the small chance of killing a Type 6 mutant beast. Yu Zhong's worry soon became reality. From the midst of the horde, 4 monstrous behemoths over hundreds of meters tall broke out from the surface of the water. Right behind them, there was even a Type 5 sea snake with a single horn, coiling over 1,000 kilometers in length. 200 mermaids appeared, with nothing covering their top halves save for shells. Their looks were out of the world, and they were all at least 1.8 m. These were the commanders of the sea mutant beasts, the Sea Clan. And finally among these mermaids, there was one absolute beauty that surpassed them all, with a crown on her blue hair, and a rhombic white-silver crystal embedded on her forehead. She exuded a cold and collected charm, while possessing an extremely voluptuous body. This was the royalty of the Sea Clan, the controller of the Type 5 mutant beast. These mermaids seemed to have evolved from some unknown aquatic lifeform. However, they possessed the ability to control the sea mutant beast. Yu Zhong had caught for himself a little royal from the Sea Clan before, making use of her powers to send many mutant beasts to their deaths, empowering his own subordinates. However, that little mermaid's powers were far inferior to this royalty in front of him. The moment those Type 4 and Type 5 mutant beasts appeared, they immediately charged forth towards the human camp. One Type 4 mutant sea snake opened its mouth to fire out shots of poison like cannonballs at the human camp. Everywhere the poison struck, the humans would be corroded into puddles. At the same time, once the poison splattered, they would turn into gas, which enveloped an area of more than a dozen square meters. As the wind blew and the soldiers breathed in the gas, they would turn black and crumple to the floor, struggling in agony before they died. One huge mutant electric eel that was over hundreds of meters in length had evolved claws, looking like giant Chinese salamanders. It opened its mouth and fired out lightning bolts, frying numerous soldiers into charred corpses. Chapter 949 Battle of Type 5 Mutant Beasts. Chapter 949 Battle of Type 5 Mutant Beasts. Another huge Type 4 mutant black ice turtle opened its huge mouth to spit freezing breath towards the human camp. Upon contact, the humans immediately froze into ice sculptures. The moment these Type 4 mutant beasts entered the fray, the tides of the battle changed immediately. The human soldiers were defeated one after another and scattered like raindrops, forced to retreat. The bombardment of the heavy artillery did not stop, nor did the cannons and heavy machine guns. They continued to fire at the incoming horde of mutant beasts. It was true that the moment these sea-based creatures came on land, their abilities would suffer a drastic drop. Their speed would not be as fast as it was in the water. Even the Type 4 mutant beasts would rarely reach the speed of sound. However, even with that handicap, many of them still could surpass the human running speed. They charged forward and quickly used their claws and teeth to tear the human soldiers apart. Under the lead of the Type 4 mutant beasts, the human defense lines started to crumble, while the soldiers retreated in droves. Tanks and armored vehicles were stomped flat and destroyed, becoming useless piles of metal. A number of human soldiers were directly swallowed or ripped apart. Once the army realized they were helpless, the soldiers of Pyongyang began to fall apart, forming a tide that surged back in retreat. Many soldiers threw aside their armor and fled for their lives. As the number of fleeing soldiers increased, even the orders of the commanders were no longer effective. Almost every soldier was escaping right now, with only a rare few still putting up a brave fight, attacking the mutant beasts every now and then. However, such a resistance was deemed futile, and those courageous soldiers were met with a quick death as well. The human resistance was being destroyed in multiple areas before finally crumbling totally. Various armored vehicles containing the high-ranking commanders began to flee back, as soldiers threw their weapons and equipment. In order to flee, they did not care about the others and caused some to be stampeded over. Injuries and the death toll quickly mounted. Shit, Pyongyang is going to be finished like this. Yu Zhong glanced at the horde of sea mutant beasts making their way over, and frowned, before making a decision: head to the northeast. Although there were some mutant beasts over at the northeast side, it was also where they were the weakest. Only by breaking out of the siege would Yu Zhong be able to lead his convoy back into China. The machine gun vehicles and cannons began to fire out madly at the mutant beasts as they charged for the northeast. With the dense barrage of metal, many low-level mutant beasts were shredded apart. At the same time, White Bones charged first as the vanguard, twisting around with its countless bone blades. It managed to tear many mutant beasts into slices in showers of blood and flesh. Not a single beast was its match. Yu Zhong pulled out 2 electromagnetic cannons and fired out constantly, blasting the heads of those Type 3 mutant beasts that got too close, fresh blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Yu Zhong and White Bones were handling the high-level mutant beasts, while the heavy firearms dealt with the low-level mutant beasts, easily clearing them. Just like this, the convoy proceeded to slaughter their way through the mutant beast horde. Just as they were about to break out of the siege successfully, a dozen huge Type 2 profound ice fishes opened their mouths, firing out ice shards that fell like rain upon the convoy. Under the bombardment of ice shards, a number of machine gun vehicles were slammed out of shape, some even nailed to the ground. One of the fuel-carrying trucks was also struck by the ice shards, and fuel began to pour out of it. Yuzhong flipped his hands and a number of electromagnetic beams fired out onto the Type 2 profound ice fishes, accurately slaughtering them. After he dealt with them, he frowned and thought to himself, "Damn it, it's not enough. If we blindly charge through, I can barely save a few." This time, the onslaught of the mutant beasts was not any less than that of the zombies in Seoul. Furthermore, they had countless abilities like ice, water, electricity, poison, bones. Activating them could cause Yuzhong greatly. "We can only do it like this." He made the decision and activated his summoned tamed beast, and the Type 5 Mount Tai that had left them not long ago reappeared through a void. When Type 5 Mount Tai appeared, it became like a huge steamroller that squashed all the mutant beasts. With every single step it took, an entire patch of mutant beasts would be squashed under it. As it swung its tail to and fro, a number of Pyongyang structures came crumbling down together with the mutant beast. When the ice shards, freezing breaths, lightning bolts, poison shots and bone spikes hit Mount Tai's body, only the lightning bolts managed to cause some superficial charred marks. The freezing breaths might be able to cause a layer of ice over the affected part of Mount Tai, but the moment it moved, the tremor was enough to shatter the ice. The ice shards were unable to penetrate its body, not even making it past the scales. It was the same for the bone spikes and the poison globs. Unless it was an attack by a Type 3 mutant beast and above, all other attacks posed no danger whatsoever to Mount Tai. Even the attacks of a Type 3 or Type 4 would just injure it slightly before its freakish regeneration ability helped to recover. All of a sudden, Mount Tai let out an earth-shaking roar towards the skies, as a powerful pressure emitted from its body outwards. Facing that overwhelming pressure, the low-level mutant beasts were all terrified, quickly fleeing in all directions, not daring to attack Mount Tai any longer. There was a huge difference in their levels after all. Mount Tai was a Type 5, and a water-based mutant beast to boot, hence it could naturally suppress the rest of them. With that single roar, the convoy managed to break out successfully. When the North Korean convoy saw Yuzhong killing a path out, they changed directions from random fleeing to chasing after him. One of the fleets managed to follow after and broke through the siege. Another fleet made its way south. Among the invading mutant beasts, the beautiful Sea Clan Queen looked on as Yuzhong's convoy broke through the siege, her eyes flashing with a strange glint. Her lips parted, and a strange whistle emitted. Hearing that whistle, the Type 5 mutant sea snake finally could not repress its killing intent any longer and charged towards Mount Tai. Within the vast seas, every single Type 5 mutant beast was an overlord, possessing their own territory. They would not encroach on other territories easily. The moment they saw another similar rank beast, both parties would go all out in a clash, consuming the other in order to advance and evolve. Only Type 6 and Type 7 mutant beasts were able to suppress that instinct. When the Type 5 sea snake saw Type 5 Mount Tai, it was filled with killing intent and an urge to consume. If it was not for the Sea Clan Queen holding it back, it would have pounced forward long ago. Along the way, the mutant beasts all parted to one side, allowing the Type 5 sea snake a clear path. Those that did not manage to get out of the way were squashed. Mount Tai could also feel the killing intent locked on itself, and after it swung its tail to flatten a group of mutant beasts into meat paste, it turned around and charged right at the Type 5 mutant sea snake. If it were a close-quarter combat, Mount Tai had a better chance of victory. The Type 5 sea snake was obviously experienced. From far, it already opened its huge jaws to fire out its innate ability. A dense fog of poison shot out at Mount Tai like cannonballs. When the balls of poison slammed into Mount Tai, they dispersed and started to corrode the scales of Mount Tai, giving off a sizzling sound. A huge chunk of flesh was also corroded away, and the worst thing was that its powerful regeneration ability could not do a thing. Numerous balls slammed into Mount Tai's body, and a number of smaller mutant beasts were unfortunate to be caught in the crossfire, instantly melting into puddles. Facing the assault, Mount Tai roared out in agony, but it continued its charge at the Type 5 sea snake. As it forcefully bore the attack and reached the Type 5 sea snake, its powerful tail slammed into the sea snake's body violently. The Type 5 sea snake shuddered violently and spat out a huge amount of blood. It then immediately twisted its body to pounce on Mount Tai, coiling around it and constricting it, intending to squeeze Mount Tai to death. Mount Tai also bit down viciously on the body of the sea snake, biting out a huge bloody chunk as fresh blood flowed everywhere. Chapter 950. Killing the Type 5 Sea Snake. Chapter 950. Killing the Type 5 Sea Snake. The usual chosen method of combat of these gigantic beasts was melee. It was simple, violent, no need for flair nor skill, only their innate ability to kill. The Type 5 sea snake continued to coil around Mount Tai, its body constricting tightly. The pressure was starting to show, as Mount Tai's bones started to make some cracking noises. As they were caught in this cruel exchange, a shadow charged over from the northern and southern side each. The shadow from the north was precisely that absolutely beautiful mermaid queen with her voluptuous body. She rode the waves and came in front of the two entangled beasts. She frowned as a blue beam of light shot out from her forehead and landed on the head of Mount Tai. Struck by the beam, Mount Tai's eyes glazed over, and it relaxed slightly, allowing the Type 5 sea snake to coil even tighter. It resulted in more bones of Mount Tai being fractured, as it spat out a mouth of blood, its body trembling and its life in danger. At this critical juncture, Yu Zhong wielded his electromagnetic cannon to fire out at the head of the mutant sea snake without stop. The shots blasted through the scales of the mutant sea snake accurately, drawing blood and causing it agony. However, it was not enough to pierce through the brain to kill it. At the same time, Yu Zhong adjusted his aim to fire at the head of the mermaid queen. The electromagnetic blasts shot towards the head of the mermaid queen without mercy. Her gaze turned cold as she waved her jade-like hands, causing the wave beneath her to soar up, forming a powerful shield. The electromagnetic beams that could pierce even the scales of the Type 5 sea snake were negated in front of the water shield, preventing any damage to the mermaid queen. At the same time, there was a cold look on the face of the mermaid queen, as the waves beneath her surged up and after it disappeared, there were 9 bodies identical to her. I have to deal with her fast. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coolly and he activated his shadow steps, enhanced with the dark Do Chi. His speed instantly reached Mach 2, and with a wave of his hands, he sent out a blast of devil flames towards the mermaid queen. The 9 mermaids waved their hands simultaneously, as a huge wave surged forth at the devil flames. As the two abilities clashed, there was a strong surge of steam. The devil flames was actually smothered by the waves. With the cover of the steam, Yu Zhong charged through the crowd, quickly slashing out 9 times at the mermaid queen. As the 9 blade beams flashed by, all 9 bodies were cleaved in half. All fakes! A sudden sense of danger welled up, as a small hand burst out from beneath his feet, grabbing his right leg, and a sharp water arrow threatened to pierce his right foot. When the sharp water arrow struck his foot, it was deflected and shattered immediately, blocked by the Type 5 mutant beast hide on him. There was a sound of surprise. Ah, your body defense is so strong. It doesn't seem human-like. I admire your talents. Be my slave. As long as you're willing, I can make you a king of men. Humans have gone on unbridled for far too long, polluting the environment and air. You people have angered the gods, and will definitely be suppressed and wiped out. As long as you're my slave, you will be able to survive this. If it had been any other human, even when protected by a Type 5 beast hide, the resulting force would be enough to shatter the leg. However, in Yu Zhong's case, it did not happen at all. Humph! You want me to be your slave? I think it should be the other way round. Break for me. Yu Zhong snorted coldly, and devil flames erupted from his right foot, burning the entire area into gas before he kicked out at the patch of seawater. The patch of seawater churned suddenly, revealing the shape of the mermaid queen. The blue light between her brows shot out once more, hitting Yu Zhong's foot. His entire foot seemed to have been enveloped in an incredible weight, and he could not finish his kick. Instead, it was dragged down, causing a deep foot imprint. With a thought from Yu Zhong, a strong gravitational force enveloped the mermaid queen. Her body sunk immediately, and she twisted, trying to flee towards the back. She had numerous subordinates, and an endless horde of mutant beasts. There was no need for her to engage Yu Zhong in a life-and-death combat. After Yu Zhong forced her back, he did not chase after all. He was also wary of her methods. At the same time, there were many mutant beasts and sea clan members making their way over. He had no confidence in taking her out while she was fleeing. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a flash that made for the two Type 5 mutant beasts still engaged in combat. In merely 2 breaths, Yu Zhong had run along Mount Tai's body and charged up to the head of the Type 5 mutant sea snake. He wielded his flame blade, pushing his dark do qi, and slashed down viciously on its head, directly penetrating its scales, and tore a huge gash. Yu Zhong then leaped into the wound and began to burrow in. When the Type 5 mutant sea snake took this blow, it felt the danger Yu Zhong posed to it. It was forced to let go of Mount Tai before it quickly trashed about against the surrounding buildings. The recoil of the damage rippled through its flesh and muscles, squeezing Yu Zhong, and he felt his blood churn. As he activated his dark do qi once more, the pressure was alleviated somewhat. If he only had the strength of a Type 4 divine warrior, he would have been half dead, if not killed. After regaining some breathing space, Yu Zhong started to use his flame blade to tear the insides up, shredding the Type 5 mutant sea snake from within. The Type 5 sea snake struggled frantically, trying to find another structure to smash itself against. Mount Tai seized the opportunity to stomp on the sea snake while using its tail to slam into its body continuously. It also opened up its mouth to tear off chunks of flesh from the sea snake. After swinging his blade for a long time, the head of the sea snake suddenly burst open, and Yu Zhong appeared. In his hands was a Type 5 nucleus. As he burrowed out, the Type 5 sea snake writhed for a while more before slumping to the ground lifelessly. A huge amount of life force was absorbed into his god and devil imprint, nourishing and enhancing his body. Congratulations on reaching level 91. Congratulations on reaching level 94, you have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Back on Earth, with the system, Yu Zhong gained another 8 attribute points for him to allocate. He thought for a while, before pouring it all into his agility. He still had to raise his reaction speed. The faster it was, the quicker he could make a right decision in any situation. Yu Zhong swept a pleased glance across the body of the Type 5 sea snake. Type 5 mutant beast. It used to be something out of my reach, and now I can actually take one down. I've truly become stronger. Initially, when Yu Zhong saw any Type 5 mutant beast, any one of them could easily crush him to death. Even if it allowed him to hack and slash, it would be hard to accomplish anything. Yet not, he could kill one without fear. It was proof of his increase in strength. When the horde of sea clans saw the Type 5 sea snake's death, their eyes flashed with disbelief. A Type 5 mutant beast was usually an undefeatable existence within the sea. On land, other than nuclear weapons, most other military weapons would only be able to injure it. With its terrifying regenerative ability, even if it was heavily injured from cannons and heavy artillery, it would be fine after 2 minutes. However, such an entity was actually slaughtered by Yu Zhong. This caused them to feel a tinge of fear and shock. Yuzhong saw how the Sea Clan soldiers had separated from the mutant beast horde in order to assist the Mermaid Queen, and ordered out, "Good. It's our chance. Mount Tai. Let's go." The heavily injured Mount Tai turned to face the Sea Clan, disregarding its heavy injuries. While Mount Tai's speed was not much among the Type 5 mutant beasts, it was still faster than those ordinary Sea Clan soldiers. In barely a moment, it had already rushed through the ranks of the army, stomping and rampaging around, while swinging its tail, causing hundreds and thousands of them to be flattened into meat paste. Chapter 951 Fall of Pyongyang. Chapter 951 Fall of Pyongyang. Regardless if they were the 7M tall whale warriors, or the small prawn warriors, under Mount Tai's rampage, every single one of them was turned into meat paste. Not a single one of them could pose a danger to Mount Tai. The Type 5 Mount Tai rampaged forward, its aim the Type 5 Mermaid Queen. The Sea Clan guards of the Mermaid Queen came forward to attack Mount Tai, as numerous sharp ice shards, arrows, bone spikes and other abilities blasted towards its body. However, they were mostly blocked by the Type 5 scales. As the experts continued to attack Mount Tai's scales, they only served to injure it slightly, which healed extremely quickly. There was no way of stopping it at all. The huge army of Sea Clan soldiers was like ants as they got stomped on. There was no way of stopping the advance of Mount Tai. However, they continued to do their best, firing at Mount Tai and leaving little injuries. After all, Type 5 mutant beasts were not entirely invincible, there was a limit to their regenerative powers as well. However, the stamina of the behemoths was seemingly endless, thus it was difficult to erode away. 200 beautiful mermaids came up to the front line, opening their mouths and firing out blue beams that blasted towards Mount Tai. Mount Tai's body turned heavier and sluggish when those beams brushed past it, its movements turning slow. The wounds that it suffered from the assault of the Type 5 sea snake also started to rot, releasing a putrid stench. On Mount Tai's back, Yuzhong wielded 2 electromagnetic cannons and fired them at the mermaids, blasting their heads away. With the deaths of a dozen of them, the effect they had on Mount Tai was lessened considerably. Mount Tai then bellowed in rage, its huge tail swinging at those beautiful mermaids. With a single sweep, a large number of mermaids, as well as their guards, were all flattened into meat paste. Right at this moment, there was an enchanting and mysterious song. As it traveled throughout Pyongyang, all the Type 4 mutant beasts threw aside their prey and quickly swarmed over. At the same time, over a dozen kilometers away, there was a Type 5 mutant beast which had the head of a crocodile, the body of a snake, the claws of a lizard, its body reaching a kilometer in length and covered with a layer of green scales. The beast howled at the sky. Yuzhong stared at the swarming Type 4 mutant beasts and his eyes flashed with reluctance. What a pity, seems like we'll have to stop for today. At this time, Mount Tai had already suffered grievous injuries, and there was still poison not yet absolved within it. Its fighting strength was severely undermined. If it were up against another healthy Type 5 mutant beast, it would likely become food. Other than that, there was the swarm of Type 4 mutant beasts that could pose a headache. The might and pressure of Mount Tai could affect beasts of Type 3 and below, preventing them from acting against it. Even if they dared to act, it would only be 70%. However, it was different for Type 4 mutant beasts. If over 100 Type 4 mutant beasts came at once, then it was not possible for Mount Tai to hold its own fort against them. Yuzhong patted Mount Tai's head and ordered, "Let's go." Mount Tai quickly turned and left for the distance, stampeding over the low-level enemies. Its body was over 2 kilometers, and while its movements were not exactly when it ran with all its strength, it was able to slaughter a path. Yuzhong was sprawled on Mount Tai's back, using the system's electromagnetic cannon to fire out, killing the mutant beast. After some tests, Yu Zhong discovered that when using the system's equipment to kill enemies, the amount of life force absorbed from them would be greater than any other weapons. Hence, he liked to use the system equipment to kill. One of the mermaids came up to the mermaid queen, asking respectfully, "Your Highness, should we chase?" The eyes of the mermaid queen turned cold as she spoke coldly, "No need, we can't kill him anyway. He's too strong, his power is above mine. I still need to undergo 2 more evolutions in order to kill him. Let him leave for today. Our mission today is to kill all the humans in this city, turning into a base for our sea clan. Our clan should be the overlord of this world, and we need to control both the land and seas." There was a look of yearning in the eyes of the young mermaid as she retreated. Yes! Without Yu Zhong's obstruction, a huge number of Sea Clan members and mutant beasts managed to invade Pyongyang. All the experts within Pyongyang had already left. There was no one left to obstruct these mutant beasts. They swarmed in and began their massacre of the humans. The number of Sea Clan members continued to come on land. Other than the Type 5 crocodile head, snakehead strange entity, there was another Type 5 crab overlord that had a huge red shell, its size like a mountain, as well as a Type 5 snapping turtle that entered Pyongyang. This time, the Sea Clan had activated a huge force to invade Pyongyang. A total of 4 Type 5 mutant beasts. With such a force, even North Korea before the apocalypse could not possibly hope to defend without the use of nuclear weapons. Yu Zhong rode on Mount Tai's back as they fled, and he discovered something wrong with Mount Tai. The infected wounds on Mount Tai were not healing, instead, they were turning worse. Black pus continued to leak out, dripping onto the ground, emitting a stench. He frowned. The innate ability of a Type 5 mutant beast is truly terrifying. Such abilities were vastly superior to most other mutant beasts, especially those poison types. Should they land on the body of a Type 4 mutant beast, it would be enough to poison it to death. If used against same-realm opponents, it would not be easy to get rid of the poison either. Yu Zhong pondered a moment. Before pulling out the nucleus he got from the Type 5 sea snake and threw it into Mount Tai's mouth. After gobbling it up, there were obvious changes after a while. The muscles that were rotting began to shudder, and those poisoned parts started to molt themselves as new scales grew out to replace and protect the body. Its dimming and exhausted gaze also regained clarity. Sitting atop Mount Tai, Yu Zhong managed to chase up to the convoy. Currently, the convoy had become huge. There were many armored jeeps, tanks, infantry vehicles and other military vehicles following Yu Zhong's convoy tightly. Seeing Yu Zhong riding Mount Tai towards them, the North Korean troops were all wary and aimed their weapons at him, with expressions of animosity. Yu Zhong stood on Mount Tai's head as he eyed them coldly, barking out, "I'm Yu Zhong, the leader of this convoy. Who are you people? Why are you following us?" As long as he made the thought, Mount Tai could easily flatten the military convoy. The moment his words came out, Young Ri-Su made use of a loudspeaker to translate his words. From within the command vehicle, a young and beautiful woman of about 23 or 24 stepped out. She had a single ponytail, her face and features exquisite. There was also a valiant aura seen from between her brows. She smiled at Yu Zhong. "Hello, Mr. Yu Zhong, I'm the current highest commanding officer of the North Korean Army, Kim Ji-yun. I'm pleased to meet you." At the same time, another 8 military men stepped out, on either side of her, staring at Yu Zhong warily. North Korean Army? Seems like this woman is pretty capable. She should be the daughter of another official. Yu Zhong assessed her carefully and thought. North Korea was a shut-off and backward society, and the women were not likely to have high status. It was incredibly difficult for a woman to have her own troops if she did not have some form of royal blood. Yu Zhong spoke coldly. "Hello." Kim Ji-yun continued to smile warmly. "We're thankful for your help, allowing us to survive that ordeal. I, Kim Ji-yun, will remember this favor." In the future, if there's a chance, I will repay this favor. Yuzhong nodded but did not pay it much heed. Right now, North Korea was in the same situation as South Korea. Both of them had their territories invaded. All Kim Ji-yeon could rely on were the people beside her, which was not much to Yuzhong. Chapter 952. Lee Won-myung. Chapter 952. Lee Won-myung. Kim Ji-young asked, Mr. Yuzhong, where are you planning to go from here? Yuzhong did not bother to hide anything, directly replying, Well, I'm intending to head to China's capital. Kim Ji-yeon chuckled and asked, The capital, eh? That's quite coincidental. I'm intending to head to Amnok River, Yalu River. How about going together? We can get to know each other better. Yuzhong sighed and nodded after a while. All right. Kim Ji-yeon eyed the Type 5 Mount Tai. Is this your tamed beast? It's pretty powerful. May I ask how you came to summoning such a strong monster? A large number of North Korean soldiers also looked towards Yuzhong with curiosity. Such an entity was practically something from myths and legends, and these ordinary humans were naturally awed by it. If it were in ancient times, Mount Tai would almost definitely be revered as a godly beast or divine spirit. Even in this apocalypse where mutant beasts were rampant, Type 5 mutant beasts were pretty terrifying existences. Just by relying on it, Yuzhong had managed to bring the survivors under him through 2 sieges, one by the mutant beasts, one by the zombie horde. Yuzhong laughed indifferently. That's my secret. Everyone has one, after all, right? Kim Ji-yeon laughed and did not pursue it. Yes, it was rude of me. Since they had reached an agreement, Yuzhong patted Mount Tai's head gently, and it began to lumber towards the direction of the oceans. Mount Tai was a water-based creature, on Earth. Other than a few large lakes, only the vast seas could possibly house it. On the ground, Mount Tai's ability was definitely not on par as it could be in the water. However, due to its massive size, it was the best mower, and in battle, it could charge and rampage through hordes of enemies. Kim Ji-yeon watched it move off and did not say anything further. Instead, she suppressed her curiosity and went back into her command vehicle. The convoy continued towards the China-North Korea border. They traveled for another 4 hours. On the way, Yuzhong's team came across a few evolved zombies. Their numbers were in the hundreds but were easily slaughtered by white bones. The entire group managed to enter a small town, clearing it of the zombies, before they settled down to rest for the night. Yuzhong's own group had traveled an entire day and night without rest, while Kim Ji-yeon's forces had been fighting and had not gotten much of a break. The vehicle came to a stop, and many just fell asleep in their vehicles. As they set up camp, Yuzhong's convoy had a clear separation from Kim Ji-yeon's forces. During the night, while most of them were resting, in a forest outside the town, a number of eyes lit up. Swift and nimble figures darted out, using blow darts and firing poison darts at the North Korean soldiers. There was a fast-acting agent within the darts, and before the North Korean soldiers could react, those who were shot died almost instantly. Some militants then charged out swiftly from the forest, decked in mutant beast hide, their movements agile and smooth as they made for the tanks and vehicles of the North Korean forces. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! When those North Korean soldiers were just killed, bright alarms blared suddenly throughout the camp. The soldiers quickly stirred and rushed out. Kim Ji-yeon also reacted quickly, appearing outside under the protection of 16 Type 3 experts. Enemy attack! The North Korean forces that I'd trained actually termed me as an enemy. What an irony! Following an icy cold tone, an ordinary-looking man of about 1.65 m and a bald head, wearing a gray uniform walked out. He seemed about 27 or 28, and he was staring at the North Korean forces coldly and with disdain. It's you! Lee Seeing the man, all the soldiers other than the commanders immediately froze in shock, revealing complicated expressions. Kim Ji-yeon was also frightened that her face turned pale, her voice trembling slightly. Lee Won-myung, weren't you supposed to be dead? How come you're still alive? Kim Ji-yeon, as long as I have not seen you through hell, I will not die. Lee Won-myung was staring at her insidiously, before sweeping a cold and cruel gaze across the soldiers present, declaring, "All those who betrayed me shall die as well." Kim Ji-yeon was the favorite woman under Lee Won-myung in the past. However, she had colluded with his subordinates and stabbed him in the back at his moment of need, almost killing him. For some reason, he managed to survive the encounter through some miraculous means. He was filled with a hatred towards those who betrayed him, and he crawled back from the depths of his near death to vow vengeance. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with an intense, maniacal light. He suddenly bellowed out with rage, and his muscles turned taut. He suddenly grew into a 3 m tall monster, with veins bulging through his skin, his hands and legs turning into powerful claws, while his visage turned into a green demon with fangs. What was most striking was that, on his right hand, there was a faint gold god and devil imprint as well. Apparently, he was one of those chosen to be the gods chosen. The moment he transformed, his body began to emit a terrifying aura, reaching the Type 5 realm. His overwhelming pressure caused helplessness and despair in the hearts of those facing him. The 16 Type 3 experts were also filled with the same sense of fear and despair when faced with that pressure. A Type 3 expert versus a Type 5 expert, it was a difference of 2 tiers. They were basically ants in front of him and could be easily smacked to death. Kim Ji-yeon let out a sharp shriek. "Everybody? Kill him! It will either be his death or ours. He will not let us off. We have to kill him, only then we can have a chance of survival. Kill! Kill him and we can live." A number of North Korean experts reacted quickly and began to fire at Lee Won-myung. Chapter 953. Killing Lee Won-myung. Chapter 953. Killing Lee Won-myung. "It's useless, all you traitorous trash, today you shall die." Lee Won-myung revealed a savage smile, as the bullets bounced off his body as though hitting some diamond alloy with loud clanking noises. With a tap of his foot, he directly charged right into the midst of the soldiers, slapping out at the head of a soldier, directly smashing it like an egg, as blood and brain matter splattered onto the ground. "Ha ha! Die! All of you! Die!" After killing one soldier, he let out an unbridled laughter, before continuing his rampage, destroying the heads of various soldiers with casual slaps. He was in no hurry to take out the commanders, instead, slaughtering the ordinary soldiers, intending to savor their despair. "Kill! Everybody! Attack! Kill this demon! If we could take him down then, we can kill him now!" One particularly handsome man roared out, his eyes flashing with despair, as he shot out 2 beams of ice energy at Lee Won-myung. The 2 beams that could freeze even a tank came into contact with Lee Won-myung's body. In an instant, he seemed to turn into an ice sculpture. Witnessing this, everyone suddenly felt excited. "Choi Myung-ho, your ice control isn't too bad. If it were in the past, truly, it would have been a problem for me. However, you're just an ant now. No matter how strong the ant, it's still an ant." Shatter! Following a loud crash, the sculpture broke apart, and Lee Won-myung stepped out, unfazed and demonic, his cold laughter ringing out. He pointed with his index, and an ice shard shot out like a bullet, directly piercing through Choi Myung-ho's brain, instantly killing this Type 3 expert. As the blood splattered, there was a look of disbelief on Choi Myung-ho's face, as he slumped lifelessly to the ground. All of a sudden, a dagger-wielding middle-aged man, appeared noiselessly behind Lee Won-myung, sending a lethal strike towards his heart. Kim Ho-wai, your assassination skill has improved quite a bit. Still, it's nothing to me. Go to hell. Lee Won-myung did not even turn around, as though there were eyes on his back, and he sent a backhand smash towards Kim Ho-wai's face, directly turning his head into pulp. The headless corpse of Kim Ho-wai then fell down to the ground miserably. Seeing how Lee Won-myung slaughtered 2 Type 3 experts so easily, the rest of the North Korean soldiers were filled with despair. Choi Myung-ho and Kim Ho-wai were 2 talented evolvers that had naturally awakened. After killing goodness knows how many zombies and mutant beasts, they had passed the level 80 threshold. In the past, they were on par with Lee Won-myung, but now they were crushed like ants. This caused everyone to be filled with despair and fear. This was the might of a Type 5 evolver. In front of one, Type 3 experts were just like ants. Unless there were over hundreds and thousands of Type 3 experts fighting a life-and-death battle with one, relying on their numbers to triumph over one, it was impossible to win otherwise. Lee Won-myung laughed coldly, walking towards the commanders of the North Korean forces slowly. As he walked out, he would slap out casually at the soldiers that got in his way, killing them. With his Type 5 strength, he could definitely slaughter all the commanders within a few breaths. However, he did not do so, instead, using his killing intent to pressure them as he walked slowly. Through his murderous and vicious means, the North Korean soldiers had already abandoned their equipment and started to flee. The North Korean soldiers were not powerful nor well-trained soldiers in the first place, crumbling at the first sign of defeat. Those soldiers loyal to Lee Won-myung had already surrounded those fleeing soldiers and were slaughtering them, not leaving a single one alive. One Type 3 expert had eyes filled with tears, his body trembling as he kneeled on the floor. He began to beg, Won-myung, I was forced to. I swear. I was forced to. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to work for you. Spare my life. Leader, I was forced by this woman. Don't kill me. I know my mistake now. I was wrong. Under the threat of death, the commanders began to get down on their knees, crying and pushing the blame towards Kim Ji-yeon. A bunch of fools. What use is there to beg? Kim Ji-yeon saw this scene with a pale face and laughed out coldly. She knew that with what they had done, Lee Won-myung would not spare them. Even if you regret now, isn't it too late? Sue me, Sung-yeon, and me Suk can never revive. You bastards can go and accompany them in death. Lee Won-myung flashed past and came up to one of the sniveling commanders. There was a savage glint in his eyes, as he grabbed out with force, directly tearing the head and spine off from the body. Seeing how cruel and merciless he was, the rest of the commanders let go of any reservations they had and roared out, Kill! Kill him! Otherwise we'll all die. The rest of the commanders who had got down to beg had desperate expressions as they charged out at Lee Won-myung. Ice shards, fire arrows, and gravity skills began to blast at him, as they used their strongest skills, which could cause even a Type 4 expert to fall. It's useless. It's useless. Ha ha ha. Lee Won-myung laughed out savagely, continuing to flash through the crowd. Each time he slapped out casually, the attacks would amount to nothing, while a traitor's head would explode. He finally went ahead and tore through all of them, coming up in front of Kim Ji-yeon with a bloody visage, speaking in an insidious manner, Why betray me? Kim Ji-yeon knew she was about to die and lifted her head to laugh coldly, her eyes filled with a resolute gaze. Do it! I want you to live with regret and doubt your whole life. A furious scarlet light flashed past Lee Won-myung's eyes as he chuckled. It's useless, these cheap tricks won't shake my mind. Go to hell, bitch. After that, his fist exploded out mercilessly towards her head. With a loud burst, her brain exploded and the matter and blood splattered everywhere behind, her headless corpse slumped to the floor. After killing her, he gazed at her body, complicated emotions filling up with him. All of a sudden, there was a strong sense of danger, and he twisted his body to the side abruptly. A few electronic beams shot out from afar towards him. Lee Wunmyung twisted and dodged, however. He was still struck by 2 of the blasts, suffering 2 grievous wounds. He lifted his head, only to discover Yu Zhong holding an electromagnetic cannon in his hand, rushing towards him with a speed of Mach 2, firing at him. Type 5 Divine Warrior! How could humans evolve to such a stage within such a short time? You must also be a god's chosen. Someone with the god and devil imprint. Are you attacking me in order to obtain my god and devil imprint? I'm Lee Wunmyung, who are you? There was no doubt that Lee Wunmyung had fought long and survived, surmising Yu Zhong's background and intention within just a few clashes. I'm Yu Zhong, that's right. My aim is the god and devil imprint on your right hand. When Yu Zhong got close enough, he activated his shadow steps, his speed raising to its maximum, revealing multiple afterimages as he appeared noiselessly behind Lee Wunmyung and threw a punch enhanced by his dark Do Chi. Yu Zhong's speed had been enhanced countless times, reaching a terrifying stage. That fist was almost like a shooting star. There was no way that Lee Wunmyung could dodge that move, as he raised his enhanced, mutated hand to block. Pung! With a loud collision, the demonic Lee Wunmyung was sent flying back a few meters. Even his enhanced right hand was destroyed in that clash, as it swung uselessly by his side. After his right arm was destroyed, Lee Wunmyung finally revealed some shock and fear. Even after my demonic transformation, he was able to destroy my arm. My body's impervious to bullets. This guy is too dangerous. I'm not his match. I must flee. Having made that judgment, the veins in his leg suddenly turned tense, and he kicked out at the ground. His entire body then transformed into a flash that made for the distance. You want to escape? Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he tapped his feet, chasing right after. This time, Yu Zhong's continuous enhancing of his agility showcased fruit. Within 2 breaths, he had already caught up, his entire fist enveloped with the devil flames as he punched out viciously as Lee Wunmyung's back. The fist tore through Lee Wunmyung's body, and the devil flames burst forth to envelop Lee Wunmyung. Chapter 954. The Russian Empire's Torrent of Steel. Chapter 954. The Russian Empire's Torrent of Steel. Amidst his miserable screams, Lee Wunmyung's entire body turned into a pile of ash, leaving behind only the right arm containing the god and devil imprint. After transforming into a monster, Lee Wunmyung's strength was only at the Type 5 realm. Facing Yu Zhong, who was at the peak of Type 5 realm, there was no way of resisting. Yu Zhong came up to the monstrous right arm and picked it up, his brows furrowing. What's this? It was unlike any other monster limb that he had come across. As for Lee Wunmyung's form after transformation, it was also alien to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong looked at the pile of ash and pondered, this fellow has likely gone to another world. Yet, how come he doesn't have a god-devil nucleus? The god-devil nucleus was a gold nucleus in Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge, and he could sense its power. He could faintly tell that it was the source of his strength, and should it disappear, all his powers would be gone as well. Since he did not understand it, he could only hazard a guess. Maybe he didn't get to the other world through normal means, hence he could not form a god-devil nucleus. Or maybe he could only reach the Type 5 realm after transforming. He shook his head and threw all thoughts of Lee Wunmyung away, before placing the monstrous right arm to his own god and devil imprint. Instantly, a bright glow radiated and enveloped Lee Wunmyung's imprint. In the glow, Lee Wunmyung's god and devil imprint disappeared, swallowed entirely by Yu Zhong's. After Yu Zhong's imprint swallowed Lee Wunmyung's, A powerful energy swarmed into his body, directly pouring into his gold nucleus, which absorbed it greedily. A number of profound and mysterious runes appeared on his nucleus, bringing it to a higher state of abstractness and perfection. Having absorbed the energy, the gold nucleus shot out a number of runes that congealed in Yu Zhong's sea of knowledge, forming 3 silverish-white runes. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Radiance of Life Control. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Devil Transformation. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 4th Order Flight. The moment those 3 runes appeared, the notifications rang out one after another. When Yu Zhong heard those notifications, his eyes flashed with joy. Flight? This is great. With this ability, my survivability has improved again. Flight was a rare skill. When Yu Zhong had initially grown his survivor base to 1,000,000, he had not even seen one with flight. Its rarity was apparent. He regained his composure and surveyed the surroundings, noting that the soldiers Li Wenmyung brought had already been killed by White Bones. At the time when Yu Zhong made his move, he had already ordered White Bones to attack. With its strength, it was as easy as killing an ant. After that messy conflict, the North Korean forces were only left with a few family members of those commanders. They were all pale, filled with fear as they eyed Yu Zhong, not daring to move. Yu Zhong swept a gaze across those people, summoning Yung Ri-su, "Go take care of them. If they want to leave, give them 20 days of rations and send them on their way. If they want to stay, make sure they understand the rules here." Yung Ri-su replied swiftly, "Understood, uncle." Those family members obviously did not trust Yu Zhong, who was a foreigner, and amongst them, many chose to take the rations and leave. However, many others lacked the ability to survive on their own, thus they chose to stay, and handed their fates to Yu Zhong. After resting for a while, Yu Zhong led everyone onwards to the border. At the China-Mongolian border, across the vast plains, there were many tanks, IFVs, rocket launchers, cannons, armored vehicles, etc., forming a terrifying torrent of steel, making its way towards Huhat City. The northeastern area of China was scarce of humans, instead, infested with zombies. It formed a natural barrier between the two countries. Thus, Russia could only attack through this border. On the plains, within a secret hill, for soldiers dressed in military uniforms looked on at the convoy, their expression ugly. One particular burly man looked through his binoculars, his countenance downcast. "It's those fucking Russians! Damn it, they dare to come again." During the Second World War, when the Russians had attacked China, they did everything possible. Many of the older generations actually bore more resentment towards the Russians than the Japanese. This muscular northeastern Han had people in his hometown that had suffered under those Russians back then, thus he was also brought up with the same resentment. One soldier asked worriedly, "Captain, what do we do?" Gong Yongxing, the burly captain, shot the small soldier a look, before turning to another soldier with a radio set. "What to do? Old Black, hurry and inform the higher-ups." Old Black chuckled and reported the intelligence. Gong Yongxing then took up a heavy rifle and beckoned to the 3 soldiers. "The 3 of you disperse first, let me go teach these bastards a lesson, and let them know that our China is not a place where they can come and go as they please." "Captain, please take care." The 3 soldiers left behind words of concern before leaving. They knew that they could not do much if they stayed. Gong Yongxing waved his hands. "I got it." They then swiftly rode their black-scaled stallions and left. After they had gone, Gong Yongxing laid prone on the ground, readying his sniper rifle and aimed. 2 minutes passed before he suddenly pulled the trigger and activated his enhanced bullet skill. A bright burst of light shot out towards one of the IFVs, and it exploded with a loud blast, killing some soldiers within and injuring the rest. With that one strike, Gong Yongxing quickly got to his feet, his expression pale, as he rode his mount out into the plains. Although he had such a powerful skill, faced with the massive Russian troops, he would be seeking death if he stayed. The Russians reacted swiftly on their part as well when faced with the sudden assault. The convoy came to a stop as 12 IFVs, 4 tanks, and 200 soldiers quickly combed the area for the enemy. At the same time, the unmanned flying drones in the air flew over. Gong Yongsheng was quickly discovered by the drones. Just one man? These Chinese soldiers are truly gutsy. However, victory belongs to our glorious Russian Empire. Inside the command center, a wizened middle-aged man dressed in military wear held a glass of wine in his hand as he gazed at the displays, sipping his drink and laughing lightly. Another commander, who had short blue hair and was extremely young, frowned and spoke, "Commander Jeef, I feel that we're not prepared for this mission. Our rations and fuel can only last 15 days. Should the battle last beyond that, our forces will be in a perilous position. China has already been unified under Yu Zhong's rule, and they're basically an iron plate now. With our current might, it's truly hard to take them down within 15 days. Fights after the apocalypse had grown incredibly tough. It was because of this that the Kingdom of God, that had managed to amass strength, could still suffer some setbacks against Yu Zhong's forces early on. This time, the Russian Empire had deployed 20,000 elite forces to attack China. It was the limit of their mobile infantry deployment. Due to this, they had only brought along 15 days' worth of rations and fuel. The young lieutenant was thus not confident that their current might could invade China successfully. Jeef smiled mysteriously. "Lieutenant Yevgeny, you're right. If Yu Zhong were still in China, then our forces would definitely not be a match for him. However, he had already been missing for close to a year. The northern area is also fraught with complicated power struggles. No one has hope there, nor is there anyone that could lead their forces. Under such circumstances, if we throw all our forces into the assault, it's not impossible to defeat them. Furthermore, it's not just us eyeing them. We have other allies and reinforcements. Even if Yu Zhong were to make it back, there's no way that he could stand against all of us." Yevgeny frowned and asked, "Reinforcements, you mean the Kingdom of God's forces? Weren't they already defeated by Yu Zhong?" Jeef chuckled. "Lieutenant Yevgeny, this is something you're not required to know. Your current mission is to prepare well and to take down Huhat City. Once we have it, China's capital and the Central Plains would be separated. Our mission would be halfway completed by then." Yevgeny replied in a solemn tone, "Yes, General." Chapter 955. Position of Commander. Chapter 955. Position of Commander. In the capital, within a meeting hall, the commanders of Yu Zhong's northern forces were all gathered. Due to Yu Zhong taking down the capital and moving on to the Second World within a short period of time, most of those in the capital were Yu Zhong's northern subordinate. Guangxi and Hunan, on the other hand, had considerably lesser subordinates. Only a few that had followed Yu Zhong early on had been left there to oversee things. Inside the meeting hall, there was Chun Yan, Chun Yao, Ji Qingwu, Li Shimin, Lian Dezhong, Cha Bailai, Hua Ran, Li Guang, Lai Mingyi, Bai Shaoxing, Yu Wening, as well as many others. Each of them held considerable authority, while their forces had nothing much to do with each other, thus it was hard to command. Ji Qingwu swept a gaze over everybody and spoke solemnly, "I'm sure that everyone knows this by now. Russia has sent out a 20,000-strong force towards Huhat City. We have to stop them." Her words had just landed. Lai Mingyi interrupted somewhat rudely. "Wait a minute, before the meeting commences, I have some questions. Miss Ji Qingwu, you're the stand-in commander assigned by leader Yu Zhong, with the authority to call for meetings. However, I feel that with your strength, it's not enough." Bai Shaoxing eyed Lai Mingyi coldly, his voice turning incredibly icy. Lai Ming-yi, are you intending to go against leader Yu Zhong's words and betray him? Lai Ming-yi's brows arched as he turned to look at everybody. Of course not. However, I feel that we shouldn't be commanded by a lady. Haven't we had enough of problems caused by women throughout history? Jiang Shi, Empress Dowager Cixi, Empress Lu, it was because of these women that past dynasties had fallen. I just don't want to see leader Yu Zhong's hard work wrecked at the hands of a woman when he gets back. What do you guys think? Hearing his words, everyone maintained silent, their eyes flashing with strange glints. Within this meeting, there were more men than women. When Yu Zhong had left and appointed Ji Qingwu as his substitute, many were not happy with the decision inwardly. Lian Dezhong, Cha Bailai, Huoran, Li Guang, Lai Ming-yi, Yu Wening, these prideful men were dissatisfied with Ji Qingwu holding the reins. If it was not for Yu Zhong appearing in the evolving temple through his hologram every once in a while, and notified everyone of his status, these prideful riders would have long since staged an uprising to chase Ji Qingwu away. Ji Qingwu glanced at these men, and could not help but frown as well. In her position, it had truly been difficult. In Hunan, Guangxi and Mongolia, Ji Qingwu had the most support in Hunan and Mongolia because she had followed Yu Zhong all the way in growing and expanding his power. However, in Guangxi it was a lot lesser, instead, Chen Yao was more popular. Under such circumstances, it had been difficult for her to carry out instructions to grow and expand Yu Zhong's faction during his absence. When she had taken over the reins, she had felt his headache and stress for the first time. Especially since she did not have his outlook, it was harder to command his forces. At this time, Chen Yao piped in directly. Lai Ming-yi, Ji Qingwu's position had been assigned by Yu Zhong. During this year, she had grown our faction considerably. Everyone had seen this for themselves. On what grounds do you have to accuse her of insufficient ability? Lai Ming-yi's face remained unchanged. Miss Ji Qingwu truly had performed exceptionally this year. I'm not questioning that. However, this is with regards to governance. In terms of war, our expansion had truly been small. Furthermore, she had not led any large armies before. Thus, the upcoming battle between the two countries should not be left to her. It's not right. In the year of Yu Zhong's absence, Ji Qingwu had focused all her attention on the internal aspects, expanding capabilities and manufacturing. They had also managed to wipe out over 4 million zombies. This was also due to the difference in their mindset. Yu Zhong liked to take risks, charging on the front lines, storming new grounds and expanding his power. Whereas Ji Qingwu was more introverted, preferring to stabilize the foundations from within. She continued to firm up the government and restarted industrialism, improving the lives of the commoners. However, the reclamation of land was not as rapid as Yu Zhong's. Hearing his words, many of the commanders kept silent. They were not able to put their lives under the authority of a lady on the battlefield. Ji Qingwu's brows furrowed as she asked, "Since it's like this, Lai Ming-yi, who do you think should command the upcoming battle?" Lai Ming-yi laughed out confidently. "It should be me, of course. I have the experience. Our second regiment has outstanding achievements, following leader through the countless battles from south to north. We had established much and been through much. As the commander of the second regiment, I would definitely have no problems leading the battle to come." This time, China's opponent was the Russian army. If one could take the command and lead the army to victory, they would receive accolades and merits of the highest order. It was the dream of any commander. Lai Ming-yi was naturally not willing to give it up. Li Guang could not help himself as well. "No. In terms of achievements, it should be our first regiment. We had been loyal from day one and been through more than your second regiment. As the commander of the first regiment, it should be me to command the troops." Leading an entire country's forces, facing the forces of another country, it was truly an honor to behold. Li Guang would not let it pass to someone else. even if it was a friendly force. Seeing how they both would not let up, Rand's eyes flashed with envy. He was the commander of the 3rd Regiment, but due to his past, he knew he had no right in contending for the main commander position. As long as Yu Zhong was not dead, he would have no chance. By now, the 3rd Regiment was already integrated with the main forces and had slowly grown more important. However, if they were to rebel, their forces would still be wiped out without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from outside the hall. "I shall assume the position of commander. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."